Wait, I think I said that too early. I don't even know if the stream has actually started. Put my chat on the screen. I don't want to deal with work stuff right now. Hello. I'm sorry I'm like super late. What's up on the screen? On the screen. I was gonna use the doll model today, but I'm kind of lazy. I didn't feel like we have like a couple things to watch and react to today, actually. But I know one of those things I want to wait for me. How are you? Let me see. There you go. Okay. And then we're just gonna do whatever. So even if like I would just want to do research and stuff today, I might just do that. But I think it's so. I think it's more like, well, not research exactly. Well, it is, but I think it's gonna be like just chatting basically because I'm just gonna do whatever. There we go. Okay. Good morning. My boss this morning sent me a message and was like, "Can you go pick up the head teacher in the hospital?" And I was like, at first I was like, okay, I don't want to because I have this plan, like this stream, but like I also don't want to abandon my head teacher, right? But I also I also like took a moment to think about it and was like, I don't live near there. There are so many better options of people who could pick her up. So I sent a message to the group chat that I opened for yesterday's dinner with like the teachers I actually like, and sent and asked like if anyone of them could go pick her up, and then she replied because she's in there, and she was like, my mom. And I'm like, then why am I being asked to do this if like you've already made this decision? I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, do people really need to depend on me this much? Because I don't like it. It's very stressful. Um okay. You're leveling up Bulbasaur. Nice. Are you playing Pokemon Go right now? We also have like a lot of updates on Baldoni Watch that are just like, it feels like my birthday because these updates are so good. Like good for our side, Good for the side that doesn't suck. It sucks to be very dependable. Yeah, right? I don't know. I don't even think I'm that dependable anymore. I feel like, well, I don't know. I feel like I'm very overwhelmed. But yay. I love when people appreciate or give Bulbasaur the love he deserves. I wonder if I can. No, I probably shouldn't try to upload the YouTube video while I'm doing this, huh? Because the part of the reason I'm late was because I was like trying to update, um, or I was trying to render slash like export the video for I was trying to export. Wait, why is okay? Hang on. I'm so confused. I'm pretty sure that flying thing should not be visible. Did I accidentally move my VTube Studio too high? Okay, so gotta go down to hide because I'm like, why is she there? Why is the little floating thing there? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, what is happening, man? Hello, 정랑이님. 안녕하세요. Ether, hello. Yeah, today is the birthday stream post birthday stream because this day is a holiday in Korea, right? So I funnily enough, the day after my birthday is always a day off, which is nice. I think next year, because my birthday will be like on Friday, and if this is a holiday, we'll probably get Friday off. So next year, my birthday might actually be on like, or might actually be the day off itself, not just the day after. But yeah, so like, what was I saying? I forgot already. I already forgot. Um, I posted this already, kind of in like um the the chat, like in the celebrity chat on Discord. But let me see if I can find it. Just because I just think it's funny, right? Where's my? I'm just babbling, guys. It's because it's gonna. Today is like a no plans day, right? We're just doing whatever the fuck we want. So somebody replied to one of my recent videos covering the Blake Lively case amicus briefs. Um, you don't need to know what that is right now. The important thing is I posted like a whole analysis video. It's my longest one yet. It's like 17 minutes. I kept trying to cut the pages down, but it kept getting longer. And they said, incredibly biased analysis and ill-investigated research into the Lively and Baldwin lawsuit. I think you need to do more reading into the entire lawsuit, including all of the materials, texts, etc., supplied by both parties. Supporting Lively is not necessarily supporting victims of SA or SH. I think a much better standard bearer is needed to than Lively's rather flimsy claims. And um, it's always kind of funny to hear people speak as if they know what they're talking about, but they don't. One, like it's like not even an insult to say that I'm not like researched enough because I'm not insecure about that. I know how much I research into the things that I would make a video about, you know, if it's not like a reaction, right? But also this, a better standard bearer is needed. That's not how the law works. If she has any like basis for any of her claims, she's allowed the legal right to pursue those claims through litigation, but also she's allowed to speak about her own experiences via this like law, right? And as long as it's not done without malice. So like it's the idea that this is like a flimsy claim is just a personal opinion. It's not a legal opinion, right? And that's and so basically they're trying to justify like any criticism towards this law as just, well, it shouldn't be so like broadly applied because, you know, not every woman, at least not the woman that I think is not a victim, like not every woman applies or whatever. And it's like you just sound like a misogynist. Like so yeah, I just thought that was really funny because people don't understand how stupid they come off sometimes. Um, thank you back. Hello, Finn. How are you? This boy being a pick me vibe. Oh my god. Wait, which boy? Oh, uh, yes. Thank you for the post happy birthdays. Next year, I was just saying next year. So I went out yesterday to celebrate kind of actually. It was very low key, which I liked. So like yesterday, I already made plans like to go out with my colleagues and I only invited the ones I like, right? Because I'm not gonna force a work dinner when I don't like everyone and I know they don't like me. Like and so we went out and they recognized that I did not want to make a big deal about my birthday, so like they didn't do the cake thing in the office like sometimes people do. Probably because also last year I just like stared at them when they did it. And then when we actually just went out to my favorite Vietnamese restaurant and stuff, and they all really liked it. We got like the hot pot that I posted in food, and just hung out and chatted. And like apparently it was just fangirl central. Like a bunch of us were like, you know, like long time fangirl type of girlies, like fandom girlies, and it was really nice. We talked a little bit about like you know, like favorite EXO members and stuff like that, and like webtoons, even if we don't all read the same stuff. Although one of the other ones is reading like does read a lot of BL and like reads exclusively BL, and I'm like, oh yay, I'm in a similar boat. Um, but I did not tell them all the BL I was reading because even if they like BL, that does not mean they like the shit that I read. um, the misogynist comes out. Oh, actually, you know what, Cappy? That is actually a thing. Hang on, if I can find it. So that actually, that's very funny that you say that because what is the name of the magazine? Not Deadline. But there was an article. I wonder if it's in this one. Should be in this one. Link out. Like, here we go. Here. US magazine. Yeah. US or us? I don't actually know how to pronounce anything. Uh Released this article. Blake Lively slams Justin Baldoni for abandoning his message of listening to women. So like literally it actually is misogynist comes out. Because he very much is one. But so that's actually kind of funny that you say that because actually a thing like that does exist. Not gonna invite. Yeah, I'm not inviting Crybaby Teacher. And also, that's another reason that I didn't want anyone to say it was my birthday at work because I don't want like people who aren't like actually like who don't even like me to wish me like a fake congratulations. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just it's just weird. It makes it more awkward because I already know they don't mean it. So it feels wrong to say thank you. Do you know what I mean? I did not talk about Master on Saturdays. I might have mentioned the name briefly, but we did not go into detail about any of that because I was like, yeah, no, let's just mention vaguely I like BL, right? I did send a recommendation when I remembered like there was like a wholesome BL that I really like called My Guildmate Next Door. That's the one with the two gamers. That's actually really cute. I think I would recommend that to all of you. I think that all of you would be able to enjoy that. Hot pot sounds good. So hungry. Yeah, it was a really good hot pot. Like and very cheap. So like there were 5 of us, and at the end, like we only paid like 10,000 won, like roughly 10,000 won. So it was like $10, pre inflation. So like yeah, like $10, like really cheap. It was very, very affordable. Boys can kiss, interesting concept, which I've never considered before. Like I don't think about it all the time. Actually, you know what? I do think like I'm gonna try something a little different at work because I do feel like sometimes when I lock into work too much, I become too serious, and then that makes it like harder for me to like be patient with like classes and stuff or just other people. So what I did like yesterday, kind of by accident, was because I had started my morning by just being like, I really do want to listen to this episode, and I don't think anything sussy happens here because like I know what this episode's about. So I listened to an episode of Master on Saturdays, and nothing sussy happened, and I felt like by having that on my mind, like in the back of my mind, like for a part of like the morning and stuff, it was just easier to kind of get through. How much more busy my schedule was because I'm covering for my teacher who's out, right? Um, so I think I'm gonna try to just like still indulge in like one like a little bit of a special interest, like hopefully just a little bit, right? At the beginning of the day or whatever, so that I'm not just thinking about work. Because I actually do think like that can be bad for me if I'm just thinking about the work. So yeah, I'm gonna try to like do something like that. Pre-game the BL. Yeah, yeah. Like I thought like maybe we can try that or I can try that and see like if that improves like my general mood. Cause I do think I get too serious when I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna do work today. I think that works for if I'm like by myself and I'm just prepping like on a weekend. It does not work that well when I have to actually like interact with people. So because I noticed that I was a lot more patient throughout the rest of the day, I think, as a result of that. At least I think it was a result of that. We'll see if it was just correlation or causation, right? Um Hopefully, I can remember that by Monday. I've also been waking up earlier, which is good. That means I might be fixing my sleeping issue or not because I'm still staying up late. But also, like, the sun is like out really early, right? And now that I've changed my bed, like positioning, I think that's also part of what's waking me up, which is fine because I do need to like wake up earlier. Maybe I can start going to work earlier. Um, so we have like I'll wait for Wicked, like I'll wait for Mizu, but I think we can watch like the Kayla birthday teaser thingy because I haven't seen that yet. It's a weird summer. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the seasons are just weird in general these days, right? Okay, so let's see. Sounds on. Okay, so Caleb's birthday event is coming up. I don't remember when his birthday is, but I guess it's this month. Anyway, this is called No Return Night, and I think the Korean title is even more almost dangerous sounding because in Korean it says an inescapable night. Why are we trying to escape? Anyway, let's take a look at what they have in store for us. This room is like hella decorated though. Like, are they having an actual party? Do they know enough people to have a party?
Is this the post-credit scene? Well, I'm here.
Is that fourth wall breaking? Escape this terrible wiring job.
It's not midnight yet.
That candy!
Don't leave me.
We have that candy available here.
Not until my birthday is over.
Aw. I guess that's it. You can't leave. No escape.
Lemon flavored. Whenever you give me candy,
You can see the colors, dude.
it's always the sourest one.
Oh.
And I'll wish that every year I'll follow these coordinates on this day as I venture through the darkness. All
Oh my gosh.
because they'll lead me back to you. I'll twist
Oh my
your
gosh.
words
What
on
is with that
purpose
Adam's apple
and
zoom in?
use them to catch you.
Many balloons would be so annoying to clean up, right?
Gravity can't be responsible for people who fall in love.
Oh, now they've wasted the
See.
candy.
This is how you draw me in every time without fail.
It looks like Christmas somehow. Doesn't it look like Christmas? Okay, on a scale of 1 to Silas, how reasonable is his cake? I just remember Silas's cake being like, what the fuck? So yeah, let's go look at Korean, which, yeah, the title is Inescapable Night. This is how we get ants? I know, right? Also, look at the stuff on the floor. There's like all of this confetti or something. This is gonna be such a pain to clean up.
영화 끝에 나오는 쿠키 같은
A
건가?
5 kids eat lemon cake? You don't like
안
lemon
놓쳐서
cake?
다행이네.
Oh, interesting. I guess I don't really prefer it. This is bloody pool cake.
아직 12시가 안 됐으니까 옆에서
Kaya's actor
내
is like
생일을 끝까지 같이 보내줘.
everywhere, right? I keep hearing him everywhere. First it was like
맛이네.
Dangerous Convenience Store
내가
last week, and
너한테서
now
받은
this.
건 항상 가장 신맛이 나는 것 같아. 앞으로 해마다 오는
Are they watching a video of all the times
난
Oppo
나의
was
유일한
shirtless?
좌표를 따라 어둠을 뚫고
Can you imagine?
네 곁에 도착할 거야. 일부러 네 말 뜻을 곡해하고 네 말을 이용해서 널 붙잡을 거야.
The first 2 episodes, by the way, of Dangerous Convenience Store are up, and I've already seen them. And man, I hope I can find episode 3 soon.
만유인력은 사랑에 빠진 사랑을 책임지지 못해. 봐봐, 난 이렇게 너한테 끌려가.
Oh wow, his voice is so breathy. Repeat, the Adam's apple zoom in was wild. Yeah. Right? 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 It's very like the sound is very like relaxing and nice though. I did really enjoy the sound. And obviously the voice acting was really good. I'm getting pretty used to like English Caleb too, I think, because I watch other people play in English. But definitely the Adam's apple part really stood out. Just why? Good luck to all of the people polling for Caleb's birthday, though. I really do hope that they get him. It's very sweet, not a single oppa. I don't think so.
레몬 맛이네. 맛이 나는 것 같아.
But I guess because also, like,
해마다 오늘이 오면 난 나의 유일한
mostly it's his narration, and I didn't
널
read.
뜻을 곡해하고
Let me see
입을 거야.
what the text is. So that one, no
맛이네.
text, no like formal address of oppa. I don't know if she says oppa somewhere else.
아직 내 생일을 같이 보내. 지내?
Okay. Here's some text. I don't think there's an oppa here though.
앞으로 해마다 오늘이 오면 난 나의 유일한
나는 이게 yeah no so she just says me so yeah no oppa. The oppa counter failed us today. Oppa is very different. I know. This is oppa erasure. Yeah, I know that's awful. Okay. So I'm just gonna talk about whatever I want to, but like we can also have conversations about other things. If you guys have other things like to look at or whatever, that's fine too. I don't think I want to jump into any games right now because I'm still kind of waking up. But something was submitted today that is just like absolutely like wild. Let me see. Man, I have too many documents open. Because also like I was like if I'm just like sitting here later, like if there's like nothing to do, I was planning to just read through briefs. Because you know, research is also good to do. Let me see. Your disappointment is immeasurable. YouTube showed you a comedy special clip of Kathy's favorite comedian. Oh, Fluffy? Is that his favorite? I need to like re-listen to Josh Johnson's latest one about Sydney Sweeney selling her bathwater because I haven't like I don't think I was paying a lot of attention when I was listening to it because I think I had it on as kind of just background noise, like kind of a like body doubling, right? I was like, I just need something happening in the back as I like type, right? Because I was typing the script for the next video, which is also another reason. It's not really research. I just need to like get the screenshots that I need for the next video, right? So that was another thing I was gonna do if I was just killing time by myself. But so I think I need to re-listen to that because I don't actually remember it. You love Fluffy? It was Fluffy. Okay, it was called The Gift Basket. Oh, okay, let's see. Fluffy, The Gift Basket. I'm down to watch whatever. Like today really has no plan, right? But okay, so this I'm just gonna talk about this real quick because I started talking about it, and in one of the basis for Baldoni's side's complaint against Blake Lively's publicist is we got a text message from this Daily Mail reporter who said that she told him that Blake Lively was sexually assaulted and that is defamation because she was not, right? So today, after he was subpoenaed for his text messages and after he tried to be out of this case claiming like clients like or claiming like journalistic like privileges, right? He released a declaration to the court, and this is what it says. I, James Vatuska, declare as follows. I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth herein. I am the Daily Mail reporter that authored the text message that appear at paragraph 193 in the Wayfarer Party's amended complaint in this action. In those text messages, my use of the phrase sexually assaulted was a mistake. I meant to say sexually harassed. I regret this error. Further, this phrase was in reference to the allegations in the complaint that Blake Lively filed with the CRD in California, which is protected, by the way. This phrase was not in reference to any conversation I had with Leslie Sloan. Miss Sloan never told me that Miss Lively was sexually harassed or sexually assaulted by Justin Baldoni or anyone else. The Wayfarer parties and their counsel did not consult me about what I meant by my use of the term sexually harassed. I did not authorize the Wayfarer parties or their counsel to include my text message in their filings. I regret that private text messages were made public. So basically, he's just said, like, I want out of this and I'm going to, like, you know, like just clarify that like what they're using in order to claim defamation is just not true. And then the Sloan parties released a thing where like to the court where they basically said, we made a deal with Vatuska and he's going to send us all his communications with Baldoni's lawyer from last year, January 16, 2020, last year, July 2024 to January 16th. So basically, like, we don't know what's going to be in those communications, but I think he's screwed. I think like Baldoni's lawyer is screwed. So that made me really happy. I feel like that was like a birthday present for me. Um I just really like that basically, like, at least in terms of the legal battle, um, like our side is like winning, like my side is winning, right? Okay. It's funny to know that people actually buy bathwater. Yes, they do. Birthday, but you're about to make Kathy's night. Good, good. Okay, let's see. I love comedy special. I hope, is this like, okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, it's his channel, so it should be okay. I just want to make sure that, I don't get suddenly like copyright struck and the stream gets paused.
I thought it would be great if I could tell an old story that was from years ago.
Oh,
that
it's
never
got subtitles.
made it
Nice.
To a 1-hour special. And the cool part about this story is that it now has a different ending.
Oh.
The story is called The Gift Basket.
Oh, they know the story.
Some of you know it, some of you don't know it, but after this, you're never gonna forget it. All you have to know about this story is that all the people involved have always been and will continue to be friends.
Okay.
That being said, Martin and I, all the good ones start like that. Martin and I are scheduled to perform in Northern California.
You did get me on
Usually
Blake
we
Lively's
fly,
side. I'm
but
so
this
glad.
particular day I was having a problem with Southwest
With all my
Airlines.
bias
They
reporting.
wanted me to
Yes.
pay for an
Somebody
extra seat for someone who wasn't traveling with me.
somebody told me today that my analysis was very biased and ill-researched, and I was like, I can't even be insulted by your accusation of like bad research, because I'm not insecure about having not done enough research. I have the power of autistic hyperfixation behind me. I know I'm doing enough research. I am biased,
Take your time,
but that's
you'll
because I'm
figure it out.
biased towards like,
Anyway, I tell Martin,
women's
I'm
and
not paying for an
survivors'
extra
rights.
seat. Let's just drive. It's 6 hours. So we headed north. 3 hours into the drive, we're passing through a city called Fresno. And as we're passing, hey, Fresno 559, get us away. Anyway, as we're passing through Fresno, we start seeing billboards off the side of the freeway that said, performing this weekend at the Radisson Hotel, directly from BET's Comic View and Showtime at the Apollo, comedian G. Riley. And I look at Martin, I go, oh shoot, G's in town. And Martin goes, yeah, I haven't seen G in years. So we're like, let's stop by the hotel and say hi. So we pull into the parking lot. We walk in.
Wow.
I tell Martin,
He's so
"Listen,
good at the
we're
sound
here.
effects.
I'm gonna crank call his room." He goes, "What are you gonna say?" I said, "I'm gonna tell him that I'm the front desk and that he just received a gift basket." He goes, "What's so funny about a gift basket?" I said, "I'm gonna describe it over the phone, and I'm gonna make all the items that are in this imaginary basket become items that stereotypically a black person might like."
Oh my God.
But you're crazy. I said, "I'll tell you what, we got 2 hours to kill. How about this?
Oh my God.
How about we go to the supermarket and we make an actual
Oh
racist
God.
gift basket?
Why would you do
And
this?
we'll have it delivered and we'll wait outside to see what happens." I said, "Are you down?" We go to a store and we start to design
very
the
good at
sickest
storytelling.
practical joke ever. I get a shopping cart and I'm like, all right, we need a basket. So I find one, I take out the grass, the plastic eggs, and the chocolate rabbits, and we start hitting the aisles. First item I grab is a fried chicken about that big, okay? See how quick that laugh was?
You
So a
would totally
few
do this
black
to your
people
best
in
friend.
here like, mother, this better be funny.
I also
It's
laughed.
hysterical. Let me just finish the story and then you could judge me in the parking lot.
I also laughed. But like if you could like if I could make more expressions with a VTuber model, it was definitely a laugh of like awkward fear for how this is gonna turn out.
So anyway, then Martin hands me a miniature watermelon and I put it next to the fried chicken. Here's where it gets interesting.
Oh, dear.
Employees of the store find out what we're doing and
Well,
they
yeah.
start volunteering to help us finish the basket.
Oh my God.
Half of the employees were black, which made it so much more accurate.
Okay.
aisle after aisle. One guy was stocking a shelf. He was an older white guy, and we're like, "Sir, can you help us? What do you need?"
You were definitely going,
"Oh
"Oh my God," the whole
this
time.
messed up racist gift basket for our black friend as a practical joke. Can you think of something we can put in there? Without even blinking an eye, the guy was like, "You gotta have Kool-Aid."
Oh my God.
It's at the end of the aisle on the right. Malt liquors and extra
Oh my
all over
God.
the back of the store in the freezer section. It's on sale 2 for 1. By the time we get to the register, all these different employees plus us came up with a basket that had fried chicken, watermelon, Kool-Aid.
I'm so
grape
appreciative
soda,
of these.
barbecue potato chips, sunflower seeds, an Ebony magazine, a Chris Rock DVD called Bigger and Blacker, Magnum condoms,
Magnum
Newport
condoms?
cigarettes, a rack of ribs, the recipe for cornbread. It was getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Why
and
would there
bigger.
be a single recipe?
Icing on the cake, we find a greeting card that's on clearance from Halloween.
Oh,
and
no.
it has a picture of 3 ghosts
Oh, no.
on the cover wearing sheets.
Oh no.
I tear off the half that says Happy Halloween. And on the back of the card, I write, "Welcome to Fresno. Love, the Chamber of Commerce." And we stick it to the basket. We made it all nice and pretty, and we haul ass to the hotel. We pull up. We walk in. The basket is hot as hell. So
I don't
I'm
know how
racing in.
cars work. What is that padding
I
sound?
get inside and I put it on the counter as fast as I can, bro. It's too perfect. There's a black girl behind the front desk.
Oh my God.
As soon as I put the basket down, I hear. Is that chicken?
Oh, that's the doors
Ooh, let me
closing.
see. Hold
Okay,
on.
thank you.
What is it? Let me explain. My name is Gabriel. This is Martin. We're a couple of comedians, and we're about to play a really crazy practical joke on a friend of ours who's staying here tonight.
We don't remember
by
the
name
last
of
time I
G.
was in a
Riley,
car.
Who's also a comedian. Oh, the one that's on the signs on the freeway.
Like, I take
Yeah,
the
one that's
bus,
on the
but I
signs on
don't-
the
I don't usually
freeway.
take taxis.
As a practical joke, we went to the store and we made this messed up racist gift basket. That's why you can smell fried chicken. And she was like, "What?" You need Jesus, that's what you need.
That's true. That is true.
Kiki, girl, you better hang up that phone. You ain't gonna believe what I'm looking at over here, girl.
Oh my God.
Listen, we think it would be hysterical if we could have you deliver the basket for us. She lost it. Oh, the hell you didn't. I know you
He is
didn't
very
just
good with
ask me to
accents,
take that to
yeah.
a black man. You are out your damn mind.
I was
Oh,
really impressed by his
Lord,
Indian accent once. Like,
give me the strength to not kill this big ass Mexican over here, Lord. Okay, look here, Nacho Libre. I don't care who you are.
Oh my God.
I am not doing it. Hell no. I'll give you $50. Where that motherfucker at?
oh my God. Oh my God.
We follow her to the hotel room. She knocks on the door. Martin and I hide by the elevator on the floor. She knocks. She opens the door, sees a beautiful black woman standing there with a gift basket. "This is for you, baby." He says, "Thank you." Closes
It's
the door.
$50. Yeah.
She walks
I understand why she
sees us
took it.
on the ground hiding, right? And she's like, "Y'all still going to hell." We get up and we walk over to the door and we put our ear. Listen, shh, listen. This is what we hear inside.
Oh my God.
Woo! Chicken. Oh, Kool-Aid. He's getting excited over every single item he's pulling out of the basket. He gets to the greeting
It's like a
card.
prank.
Welcome to Fresno, love the Chamber of Commerce. Hell yeah. Then we feel him flipping the card over because his voice changed. He's like, "Oh yeah, man, this is what the f-?" Outside the door, we heard racist bastards. When we heard racist bastards, we lost it. Ah! Housekeeping is freaking out.
¿Qué está pasando allá? ¿Qué andan haciendo ustedes? Muchacho, ¿qué está pasando, gordito? ¿Qué andas haciendo?
We're laughing, we're crying, we got boogers coming out. We can't take it anymore. We knock on the door. He yells, "Who is it?" Too easy. Chamber of Commerce.
Oh my God.
He rushes the door. I put my finger on the peephole so we can't see who it is, right? The knob starts to jiggle, then the door explodes.
He's so quick with
open, and
reactions.
He's like, "What?" And he sees us and he's like, "Ah!" What's up, G? Man, y'all give a brother a heart attack. Did you like your basket? Man, that was messed up. Did you like it? Man, I love all that shit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a story that has been 7 years in
Oh,
the
no.
making.
The new
I
ending.
would like for you to now hear, for the first time ever, the other side of that story.
Oh, interesting. You would also love that. Honestly, it sounded like a good gift basket. I would like be able to at least give the alcohol to someone else. I was gonna say earlier before, the card part, like it is a prank, but they actually like gave him a ton of good shit. You know what I mean? It's like a prank that doesn't really hurt anyone, which is a good prank.
Ladies and gentlemen, I flew him here to Hawaii.
Free
so
condoms,
that
yeah.
he can share this with you. Give it up for my friend, Mr. G. Riley.
Right, harmless prank, yeah.
I gotta be honest, I didn't know it was racist. I thought it was lunch. I thought it was lunch. I didn't know it was racist till I got back to my neighborhood. And brothers in my neighborhood looked at me. They say, man, I don't believe you let that Mexican guy do that to you, man. That was messed up. I know you got him back. I said, what, buy him lunch? I can't afford to buy that man lunch. If I buy
Oh my
him
gosh.
lunch, he'll be getting me again.
Oh my god.
But see, you gotta understand, it was the perfect set of circumstances when it happened. Because I'm laying across the bed in the hotel. I'd never been to Fresno before. And I wanted something to eat, and I didn't know where to go eat. So I'm laying across the bed, and I'm saying to myself, where could I go eat? I wish I had some food. And all of a sudden, magically, there's a knock on the door, and a black girl shows up with a gift basket. And I took the gift basket, and I said, they know how to treat their comedians up here. And I'm walking to
He
the
thought it
bed,
was
and
just
I could
hotel
feel the
service.
heat, and I could smell the chicken from the gift basket. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. Because nobody smells chicken and thinks of racism, right? Right, so I see the watermelon. I'm like, oh, this is cool. They know how to treat a comedian up in here.
Yeah, because like here's the thing, right? Like obviously racism bad, stereotyping bad. I feel like certain food stereotypes don't bother me as much though. Like if somebody gave me, like I'm Vietnamese, I'm not Japanese. If I got a free sushi lunch or dinner, I don't think I would complain. I'd be like, at least this microaggression serves me.
I get to the card, and I look at the card, and I go, what the is going on? I said, oh, my God, I'm working for the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh my god. If someone gave me free tacos, I'd be like, hey, free tacos. Yeah, right?
I really started to panic
Hello,
because
Roderick.
In my head, I'm saying to myself, is this for real? Because there were billboards all over
Thank you for the
city
birthday
with my
wishes.
picture. And I started thinking they were trying to scare me out of town. So now I don't know what to do, right? And I start trying to call a promoter, and the promoter's
Oh,
not answering
no.
the phone, and it's festering in my head, and I'm nervous.
Oh,
and
no.
I'm pacing the room,
Okay, that's not
and
good.
all of a sudden there's a knock on the door, right? And I go, oh my God, they come to get
But
me.
that is the other side of the story.
So I ease over to the door, right? And I look through the peephole, right? And all I see is a brown dot, right? And I go, I hear somebody out there because I hear the breathing, right? I hear,
Sounds like the anxiety.
because this was about 60 pounds ago, right? So I go to look down up under the door, right? But I said, oh my God, it got to be about 5 or 6 of them out there. Oh my God. So I figure like this. I figure, okay, you know what? If it's gonna happen,
There's
it's
another
gonna happen.
epilogue. Oh my gosh.
You know, if it's gonna happen, I'm gonna go down swinging, right? So I put my best black face on. You know, I tried to look mean. You know, I look like this guy right here. I look like that guy right there, right? And I go, who is it? And they go, Chamber of Commerce. And I'm like, oh my God, the Chamber of Commerce is the Ku Klux Klan. And I'm panicking, so I get to the door, right?
Mind you,
And
a
I pull
basket
her
given to a
open,
black
the door
comedian, you
open,
think in the
and when
basket
the
there
door
was fried
opens up,
chicken.
these guys are falling all
Yeah,
over the hall.
this is
laughing
the
at me. They're rolling all
no, this is the same story. This is his story. This is the comedian. His this is the comedian. Yeah.
into the cleaning lady's car. The cleaning
This
lady
is that black
didn't know
comedian,
what was
yeah.
going on, right? She's scared to death because she sees a black dude with no shirt like this, so she grabs the lemon pledge like it's pepper spray, right? She's ready to get...
Oh my God. I mean, it would still sting.
Now that I realize it's a practical joke, everything calms down because I remember it. Now I remember how hungry I was. I'm like, okay, cool. Practical joke, right? So I go in the bathroom to wash my hands. While I'm in the bathroom washing my hands, I hear a commotion in the other room, right? I go back in the other room. They're going through the gift basket. The maid is leaving with the watermelon. Martina's drinking my 40. And this bastard is eating my chicken! I'm out of here!
Oh my God. Yeah, that was a pretty funny funny story. Okay, let me see. Kathy has another one for me. An epilogue. Wow, this is the whole series. Incredible. And this, I know. See, they should have citizenship after the Puerto Rico thing is wild, right? Because like Puerto Ricans are abusive. Oh my God. Well, yeah, because like his gift basket was full of nice things. Like they were stereotypes, but they were nice stereotypes. You know, like here's a gift basket that says, or you know, that feeds you and says that your dick is big. You know, because guys care about that shit. But like that's just wow. And his gift was for a friend, not a total stranger. That's just heckling. That's literally just heckling. What he did? Well, he took the basket. He said he took the basket. So, as a Mexican, why would you approve of that, Kathy? That was downright like abusive behavior. Because I think it does make a big difference. You're right. If it is like a friend or not, too. Like even if you are doing like a joke like that, like again, at least the first basket was full of useful things, right? The story is funny, like when you tell a story about how crazy somebody was, but the act itself is pretty messed up. Like the act itself is pretty messed up. Yeah, it was funny because of like it's a story from Fluffy's perspective that was told well to show this is a crazy ass thing that somebody did to me, right? But it was something somebody did to him. The point is not it's a racist basket though. Like the point is like oh my God, do I need to explain this? Okay, like the set is funny. The story that Fluffy told, because of the way Fluffy told it, because it was meant to be laughing at this outrageous behavior. The story itself is funny, but the like actual thing that the guy did is not funny. Right? Would it have been better or worse if the white guy also included a Magnum condom? Well, I don't know if it would have worked because I don't know if there's a stereotype that, you know, Hispanic or Mexican people have like big dicks. So I don't know. We also have to look at that, right? But I think like again, if he got him like a box of like Kathy said earlier, just a ton of Mexican food, like useful, nice things, right? That's one thing, right? But a basket of just racist aggression is not really that funny. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. No, I know what Beck is talking about, but like the whole point is we're talking. Yeah. See, I know what Beck is talking about. I know what Beck is talking about. Like if he had given him a bunch of like delicious Mexican like food, you know, sure, whatever. Yeah, I think that's funny. I think that is funny. I think it's like a silly way to be nice, right? It's a silly way to be nice. But if he had like, but considering that he was not being nice at all, like I think that's pretty messed up. It's not useful though, because I don't think Fluffy needs it. How is it useful? See? So it's just a box packed of like hate, honestly. Guarding shows how that is not what that like shows in the stereotype. Sometimes the best way to deal with racism is to laugh at it. Yeah, I think like the story was good just because he was saying like this is fucking ridiculous, right? And this is not how like a joke like that should probably have gone. Like things got way out of hand, and that's why we have this announcement now because things got way too out of hand. But it was like very obviously not like a funny act in and of itself, right? It's fucked up. Well, it is like I think like it even with context, all this guy did was use the excuse of a originally pretty funny prank, the excuse of a funny prank in order to like just be racist. Like that's the issue with what I'm saying that he did is he used a funny prank that like the concept of an originally funny prank, but he took it to an extent that it was no longer funny. It was just racist. Yeah, the crayons are messed up. I know that Mexicans are known for their landscaping, but like there's a reason for that and it's not like positive. It's because it's considered like low skill labor, even though like it obviously like really isn't. But like the whole like point of the stereotype, especially in that case, is like especially with everything else he gave him, right? Is not positive. Because you have to look at context. You have to pay attention to like what this guy is trying to do, right? It's a great story, but the half the reason it was funny is because Fluffy turned. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a good story, and I'm glad that he was able to find the ridiculousness in it worth telling people about. But that was a genuinely, like, awful act, right? It's like a genuinely awful act, and also like that's why like if you pay attention to and like what he says when he sets up the story, he sets it up so you know that this was an awful act because he tells you how terrifying, right? Like ultimately this guy like turning the crowd on him like really was so that he had to endure this like he had to endure this act. But also he tells you that it's not a good act because he implies that this guy has led racist rallies, right? Like he lets you know that this guy what he did is not good. He lets you know subtly, but he does let you know, and he sets up that context just to say this is absolutely ridiculous, but I can laugh about it now, right? I can use it for my set. I can use it for my set because a lot of what humor is for a lot of people, and especially comedians though, and that's why they make like, careers out of it, is they turn what is a really difficult situation for them into something that they can still talk about in a humorous light, right? Because that's a method of coping, and I think like that like he did a really good job telling the story in order to allow it to do that. Yeah, he's pretty. Yeah, his writing is really good. That was a really well written joke. But I think if you look at it, the act itself is not an act that he condoned, right? He wasn't like, ah, what a funny thing. We should have that happen again. He like says there's a reason we fucking banned that, right? He says like it is really terrifying to have like this guy be able to do something like that. He says that like yeah, he very much like sets up that this is not a good guy, not a good act, right? Very well written. I thought it was very well written, like joke wise and story wise. Like it's good. Like I did like enjoy his telling of it. But I want you guys to understand for those who are like, you know, who think that like he was condoning that. I don't really think he was. White people don't call Mexicans landscapers; they call them yard boys. Yeah. Um, like you're trying to put a positive spin on it, Roderick, but that's just like not the reality of the situation. Like you're trying to like justify why you think that guy what he did was funny. But I don't think it was actually funny. Good morning, Marcus. You don't know if you're gonna stay long. That's okay. Thank you for coming in just to say happy birthday. I appreciate that. I don't think I'm your Oshi. That's okay though. You don't need to go that far. Oshi is a very like serious title, right? Um, we're not talking about a movie. We were talking about Fluffy. He's a comedian, and he had a little like set where he was talking about like a racist experience that he had that kind of started off from like a racist experience that he started, but with a friend. And then it like devolved like basically into something like, you know, not so acceptable, like not like an inside joke anymore. Um, so let me see. What are we looking at now? Oh yes, I wanted to save this one for Mizu. Although if Mizu isn't able to make it today, because it is a Friday, so Mizu's probably working. Maybe I'll just do it and record it. Um, oh wait, there's another trailer I wanted to look at. Oh shoot, what is it called? Superman. So there's a new Superman movie coming out, right? Oh my god, sorry, flashbang. You know Fluffy, but you don't watch his stand-up. I only know Fluffy because of Kathy. Actually, I enjoyed the Netflix specials that Kathy has linked me. I think we watched them together, but I don't think I've seen anything new. Even his friend G made a point of mentioning the common minority fear of, hey, they're out to get us, and let us laugh at that moment, which is something a good comedian can manage. Yeah. Your friend favorite part of the joke is, hey, you got your racist gift basket. We're the same race, though. That was funny, right? Because like again, like if it's, and especially because like the things that he was mentioning that were in these gift baskets, like at the start, right, when people were turning the prank around on him, were like like again, the joke, the practical joke can work if it's something that you know the other person is comfortable with because you're their friend, or like, you know, like yeah, like, well, because you're their, I think that's actually really key, or like in this case though, like his audience, and also like the things that you give them are not actually harmful or mean spirited. I give you a mariachi suit and a tequila bottle. See, at least those are like cute things. They said, this says Puerto Rico, they ran out of Mexico. Yeah, and I think like he told the joke very well because he also ordered things in the right way. Like I don't think like it's likely those things didn't all happen in like chronological order how he pulled them out, because I do think like it was very clever to have the Puerto Rico thing come out right before the US citizenship papers, right? Because like Puerto Ricans are US citizens. So it also like shows how stupid that guy was, right? Like his prank wasn't really like funny; it was just mean. And it wasn't funny because it wasn't smart. Um, what am I looking for? Yeah, very good script writing. If you want stand-up comedy, you recommend Randy Feltface. I don't think I've heard that name. What type of comedy does he tell? Um, Superman trailer. Okay. Oh, there's a longer one. Take a look at the longer one. This is probably like the one I honestly saw like on my timeline. I doubt I saw even the first one. From because I just realized the other one said 5 months ago, and I'm like, I would not have put off watching this trailer for 5 months, even if I like I'm sure I would have been reminded. You'd love to watch Fluffy's latest stand-up. Yeah, we can try that one day. We have a lot of other stuff to do though. I just realized. Dude, we gotta watch Another Simple Favor. I just need more people to watch that with me. Okay, one moment. Let me just check my messages. So earlier today, for those who missed it, my boss sent me a message, okay? And I don't know, like sometimes I feel like annoyed that like people over rely on me for things, because I feel like these are things they could figure them out like on their own, right? So the hospital called my boss to say that someone needs to be with my head teacher when she gets discharged today, right? And so she asked me to go. Like that's really just it. She just asked me to go. And I said I have plans, but I'll see if someone who's actually like near the hospital, because the hospital's near her house, right? And all the teachers live in the same apartment complex except for me. I'm the one that lives far away, right? So I was like, I'll ask if somebody who lives, you know, there can go pick her up, because I was like, why is it me? And so I sent a message into the group chat, and the group chat said like and then like the head teacher sent a reply, and the head teacher said, like my mom, because her mom's in town, right? And so I was like, then why am I being asked to go? Why couldn't she have asked her if she could, like, if she had someone who was gonna pick her up or whatever, right? So I don't know. I was just a little bit annoyed because I was like, like why is it always me? You know? I don't know. Sometimes like I doubt anyone's like doing it like on purpose, but it does like kind of just feel bad, you know? Because it took into like zero consideration that I might have other things to do today. And also like took zero into consideration like actual convenience. Like she could have at least asked her first if there was somebody who could pick her up. You love Fluffy, you've seen him live, it was an experience. He sounds like very funny. The only cafe showed you that you still count is Odd Dog Story. I can't make it. It's the Dragon Boat. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. I forget his name right now. I do like that comedian. He's very funny. He's got a ton of really good like jokes. For like his I can't remember his name right now. But yeah, I know exactly which comedian that is. I've also seen that joke many times. You're not really interested in the new DC heroes. Marvel has killed your interest. I heard the new whatever is not bad, but I haven't seen it. But this one, I love Superman. I will always love Superman. They do not kill my interest. Like the DC movies don't kill my interest in like the heroes that like I have loved for since I was young. And also like definitely it won't kill like heroes that I like have read comics for, taught a class for, watched like the original animated shows for. I'm not like I can get that character via other media, so I don't rely on the DC movies to inform me on those characters, and that's why I think like it has not killed my interest. It's actually different kinds of, sometimes his shows are plotline heavy. I like plotline stuff because like one thing I really like about Hasan Minhaj is he does a very good job of streamlining his storytelling. Life stories, the occasional song. Head teacher. No, my head teacher didn't send me the message. Like the person who sent me the message was my boss, and just like I appreciate that they seem to recognize that I'm competent, but sometimes there are things where I'm just like, why would you ask me to do that? I did not remove the math equation. It's actually at the bottom now. I just moved it because my head is in the way. I got legs, so I wanted to be taller. I got legs, so I just made myself taller, but that blocked the math equation. So the math equation is actually just at the bottom, down here. The Asian stereotypes jokes land better with this audience for some reason. Yeah, I wonder why, right? To be fair though, like I think when he says things like that particular joke that you quoted, that was like a joke intended to like kind of like I think like emphasize like that's not really like a stereotype. It's just here's how we can use the stereotypes, because if we're going to be faced with microaggressions, at least we should be able to be the ones to benefit from them. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like that joke, like again, it's a joke that works because it points like to how like ridiculous stereotypes and things like that are, right? In modern day superheroes entertainment, animation is better than live action. Yeah. No English. Sir, the sign is a number. Is Batman a good person? I think it's very difficult to... That's a philosophical question, Kathy. Like, it really depends on what your personal definition is even of a good person. Because the reason, and I say that because I know context, like I know like why people ask that question. People ask that question to talk about like social injustice and things like that. But in terms of just like if they have good intentions and are a good person in that regard, I think Batman like easily is a good person. That's why he is a hero. But I do think like when we look at the political climate and like social values of today, like there's a reason that people like are like they deconstruct the Batman in the way that they do compared to how like they presented him when he was first written, right? So that question is a very philosophical like sociology based like kind of question. As a rule, it depends heavily on who plays him and what's the iteration. Batman says solve the math problem. Yes. Batman cripples criminals. If you want to see Batman as a good person, recommend Kevin Conroy versions. I've seen those. They're funny, like they're entertaining. I don't know. Again, that was a very different time. He was definitely entertaining, for sure. I think my personal favorite current Batman, actually no, my favorite Batman is always going to be the animated series Batman. I really love the writing for the Batman in that. But if I look at live action, I really enjoyed the Batman, the newest one by Matt Reeve, I want to say is the director, and starring Robert Pattinson. I think that was a really good interpretation of Batman from like a modern audience. And just, well, to be fair, I'm also really biased because the movie is just really good. Like it's a good like it's a well directed movie, right? And I do think that does inform like certain biases towards people's favorite interpretations. You ask because Batman once said deep inside Clark is a good person, deep inside I'm not. I think everyone agrees with that though, in the sense that like, I mean, what is Batman's like motivation? It is in a way to like do good, and he kind of, but it also started as revenge. It began as revenge. And maybe that's the deep person he's talking about, the deep inside. But also you have to consider that he's not the best judge of himself, because he is the harshest critic of himself, right? But yeah, it's his own judgment. Yeah. And also Clark is I think everyone agrees Clark is a good person. Like yeah, I'm pretty sure, I mean, aside from Lex Luthor, but we know his morals and values are twisted. So I would not even say that he's chaotic good. Adam West is the best live action Batman. Controversial, you know. That's okay. I think that's fine to think that. He was very entertaining. My dad grew up with those. He has a soft spot for those. I think like it's very up to what you think of Batman as, right? I think that Batman worked for that time period when it was like these shows were meant to be a little goofy. They were meant for like a child audience, right? Like I would not say that the current Batman that people are watching is like the Batman movies are not made for children, you know? Not like, at least not like little itty bitty children. Question someone is good or evil or boring. Exactly. Yeah, and that's why, like, that's the thing. It's like it's sometimes I don't even want to necessarily have that discussion, because it's such like a philosophical discussion that like it can be good with the right people, but I think what people want is like an answer that like will match theirs. And I don't know. I don't want to just pander. What we should really be asking is, does Batman kiss boys? Yes to both. Yes to, we should ask that question, and yes to, he does. Okay, because I will talk forever about what a great ship Batman and Superman are. The best Batman was Clooney with his bat nipples. Batman doesn't really strike you as being gay. He strikes you as more ace or straight. I do not think that like he's straight. Definitely don't think he's straight. At least not in like the sense of just like a regular, you know, guy. I think that there's way too much like queer coding with Batman as it is. I think if anything, if you look at Batman and Robin from like the Adam West shows, there's even more queerness to be read into that than there is like modern Batman. Also, modern Batmans don't really get a Robin these days, right? I wish they would. But it's not even like, personally, I don't ship Batman and Robin. But like, if you look at the Adam West shows, there's a lot more to work with there for that kind of ship. I personally am a Batman. I'm definitely a super bat shipper. Your favorite Batman movie was Lego Batman. Everyone, you know what? I think Beck might have a point. Maybe Lego Batman is the best Batman. In the back, all the NPCs in the background yelling "I'm okay" every time something explodes. It's a good take on the Batman doesn't kill joke. Yes, and doesn't shoot. You think Batman is like Hime, not into romance. I think he has a different perception of romance. There's a difference between like, because Hime in particular also like doesn't like romance that is the social type of like understanding of like romance. But it's not to say that you can't have like relationships, right? And I personally think that Batman is capable of love, and I also think he's capable of sex. And that doesn't necessarily mean that he's into romance, right? So I agree and I disagree, but like either way, because you can be sexual without being romantic and vice versa. I mean, I'm not gonna try and convince you. I don't really care. Like my ships are my ships, right? But Batman and Superman are a very big ship, and I definitely like it's definitely one of my favorites. Like literally, um, Batman v Superman is like nothing but about their ship. He puts his mission above everything else. I don't know why people think that just because you do that, it means that you're incapable of romance or sex or love. Like there are plenty of people who are able to like value like their higher like priorities while still like making room for that. But also even if they don't make room for that, sometimes that's also an interesting source of conflict. In fact, that is one of that's one of like the main stories in Nolan's Batman, right? Is like he has to make that choice between Rachel and those people and whatnot, right? And I think like either way he'll make a certain choice, but that doesn't mean he loved her any less, right? And I think that that's also like really important to consider. And that's like if it was a case, if it was that easy, he only cares about his mission, he doesn't care about other people, then that would honestly be pretty boring because there's always a clear answer. He would never face any internal conflicts, right? That's just like it's if anything, that would just be bad character writing. You want to eat lobster thermidor, but you are not paying for a French restaurant. What is lobster thermidor? Since I haven't started this video. God, how long have I been rambling? Lobster lobotomy. Thermidor. Looks fancy. Okay. Ooh. Oh, why it's not clicking? It's not close upping for me. Is it picking up on what you guys are typing in chat? Because I see Lego and I see Batman here. What the fuck? Why is Lego and Batman here? Okay. Oh, wow. That looks really, really good. Being capable of love is very clear as day, because how else would he have adopted all the Robins? Yeah, he definitely is able to like have feelings for like things and have conflict and care about more than his mission. And that's exactly why like he's faced with so many difficult choices, right? You eat lobster the day, but you're not paying for French. Incredible, but you bet it's like $200. Lego Batman. Yeah. Like, is it picking up what you guys are saying in chat? Because I have not been like searching Lego or Batman recently, right? So I just think it's kind of funny that it's here. We have Lego here and we have Batman here. And everything else is actually just lobster. So that's interesting, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think Batman is more complex than just the mission. That's all I'm trying to say. And I think that's also like what other people like try to open him up to, right? It's like how Fluffy ended up in your YouTube recommended page. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we just blame our friends. Okay, so there is a new Superman trailer. I do actually want to watch it. So let's take a look. I don't even know who plays the new Superman. I hope he's good. All of the Supermen, though, I feel like have been very well cast. Their projects just end up being kind of shit.
Yeah,
You'd let me interview you as Superman.
sure.
Ready?
Let's do it, Cronkite.
Superman.
Miss Lane.
Oh, I liked that. Maybe it's a voice sim thing, but you guys caught that, right? You guys caught how he switched up his tone between Clark and Superman? Oh, I liked that. That was cool.
Recently, you've come under a lot of fire for what some
it's
might.
a lot of
It's
fire,
a lot. Today, the Secretary of Defense said he was going to look into your actions. That's funny?
My actions? I stopped a war.
Maybe.
Not maybe. I did.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
This is how you're gonna be?
I'm not the one being interviewed, Superman. Did you consult with the
I liked like the I mean I don't know how I guess it's like a common issue these days to talk about like where Superman stands like as a symbol for like the United States but also for the world. But I I do like the way that he's still very much like Clark and he's taking this little personally even though he puts on the role of Superman, who he is just still comes out, right? Because that's why he's so offended. If he was able to easily switch back and forth, like as he did with the voice, if he was actually easily able to do that on the inside, he wouldn't be having the reaction that he's having. But it's not a very media trained reaction that he's having because like that's not who Clark is. Yeah, good voice and actual acting. Yeah, it's nice.
president?
Call Ice on Superman. Nope.
No.
You seemingly acting as a representative of
I
the
wasn't
United States
representing
will cause
anybody
more
except for me
problems around the world.
and doing good.
I would question myself in the same situation and consider
Who's the director on this?
consequences.
People were going to die.
Aww.
Hey, buddy, eyes up here.
James Gunn. Okay, that explains kind of like the tone of that part. But classic Superman story, right? Like even when it feels like the world's against him, there's always a person who's willing to help, and that's kind of like what he tries to inspire other people to do. Love it. So him and Lana. No, that's Lois. That's Lois. Lana is his high school friend. But Lois is his like she's a reporter at the same place that he works at, and yeah. And they're lovers. Who's that? Oh my god, Super Dog!
Your choices,
Super Pup?
your actions. That's what makes you
Oh, cute.
who you are.
Oh my god, a scene with Pa Kent that's actually sweet. Okay, sorry. It should always be sweet. I wanted to point out that Nicholas Hoult is in everything these days. Not that it's a bad thing. I like him. Archer is very brain rot.
Superman.
Oh, you shout Lana when there's a badass woman? I see.
He's not a man. He's an it.
Rude.
He's somehow become the focal point of the entire world's conversation. I will not accept that.
I cleaned your boots. I'll go get them for you.
Oh, cute. Ma Kent. What is that? Oh, that's a classic. The slowly rising into the air and twirling kiss. I love it. Very romantic. I don't know how I feel about that
Have a dog?
version of the symbol, but nice. Oh, hey, let me see. Let me see which ones they decided to. Oh, it says began, so maybe it's like the very first. Let me see. Yes, we have Superman for all seasons. All-Star Superman. Okay. I've definitely read like all of these. But I don't remember like the main points of any of them anymore. I should look into the basic plot line and see what I thought about them. But yeah, that looks really good, I think. I mean, I'm pretty optimistic. I enjoy the change between Superman and Clark's voices, but also Clark just being very much the center of the character. I do think James Gunn is probably a pretty like decent storyteller in terms of bringing out like characters and their internal like struggles and stuff. So hopefully like that works out well. His relationship with Lois should be interesting, especially with like the bickering, but also the nice, sweet romantic moments. And I'm glad that we get both Ma and Pa. Although I don't know if Pa is dead yet. And if that was like from the past, like a flashback or something. But either way, I'm definitely gonna watch this movie. Let me see. Archer's favorite and his love interest. Can you see my adventures with Superman? What is this? That sounds familiar. My adventures with Superman. Why? Why does your dog wear a cape? Why doesn't yours? Right? All-Star Superman is a goat. Like I really like Superman stories, like when they're like pretty like well written. I think people have a certain idea of, and it's a very shallow understanding, and that's why a lot of people don't find him like compelling. I think they just don't recognize the appeal of a character like, but I'm very biased, right? Superman is a character that I've taught like an entire class about. So I'm very invested in him and his lore. I wonder if I have some of my comics, or cause like when I went back home, I did get a bunch of my stuff. Oh, that's weird. I can see some of my Batman comics, but I don't see, or like, yeah, but I don't see any of the Superman stuff down here. Sorry, my bookshelf is literally like right in front of, or behind my desk, but in front of me. So, the new Digimon game trailer. Sure, we could watch that. Digimon Storytime Stranger. Okay, I'll come back. I just gotta remember not to close this tab and come back to that trailer for Wicked later. But yeah, let's take a look at this. Ooh. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've seen clips of that. I've already seen clips of that. It looks good. It looks fine. Like I haven't watched it, but it looks fine. You think the name is dumb, but you'll most likely try it. You know what? Like the thing is, like sometimes I see a title and like it's just gibberish. It's just words, right? Like I have no idea what that title could even mean. Who uses alcohol in Digimon? Okay, we're just watching a shit ton of stuff today, but we're gonna now look at the Digimon Storytime Stranger trailer. Rated T for teen, fantasy, violence, suggestive themes, mild language, and use of alcohol. I don't know who uses alcohol in Digimon, huh?
The visuals of Shinjuku that I'm seeing are a hellscape I can't quite put into words. You've somehow been sent back in time 8 years.
Oh.
But the situation here is critical. I'm counting on you, Agent.
Animation hopefully is good.
Our ultimate mission is to uncover the causality between these anomalies.
It's probably a phase electron life form.
Is that what you call us Digimon?
I'll always be right here with you.
Who exactly are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who or what is that?
You really don't know anything about the digital world?
We have been enemies for years now, but this is the first time the Titans have launched an attack on this scale.
We now believe most of the anomalies we've been dealing with stem from Digimon.
It seems the upcoming battle is truly unavoidable.
The world on this end is running out of time.
If the gate is opened with the digital world in such a state, the human world will most certainly be affected.
Do the Titans not care about the end of the digital world?
Stop it! That egg is very important!
Which MC do you guys like the design of better?
The World Tree has been attacked. It is just as the Great One, Plutomon, said.
It can't protect anyone. We must protect the
Yuki,
world from them.
Yuki.
For this purpose and this purpose alone were you born.
If that thing opens, then we'll be swarmed by
Wait, 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 wait.
Everyone,
Oh yeah.
Everything's
I remember
right.
there was a Digimon that looked like a
must fulfill our
person.
mission.
A new one. Aegeomon.
Agent.
'Cause I watched the live stream when they were announcing all of this. It looks good. There's a Gabumon Black version. Available on PS5. Is it a Digiboy? Yeah, it is. I watched the live stream and I remember just being kind of like, that's interesting. That's weird. You'd like to tame him? You haven't seen a game named this bad since Dream Drop Distance. At least that's alliteration. You're waiting for the day they make a remake of Star Ocean. Aegeomon, okay. Taking names, prepping your Pokeballs. Wrong franchise. Just kidding. But yeah. So yeah, that would be Aegeomon. Here's what he kind of looks like. Interesting. Design choice too. He's got a little unicorn horn here. He's also got 2 horns here. And his lower body looks to be quite beast-like.
Agent.
He also, like, doesn't he remind
We
you...
must fulfill our mission.
Doesn't he remind you of Bennett? Right? He's got Bennett vibes. Maybe it's the white hair. Is Pikachu a good Digimon? The best. Pikachu's the best Digimon. But time travel. Is he a virus type because he's infecting your mind? What am I hearing right now? What am I hearing right now? Rambled and now I'm like short circuiting because I don't know what to say next. Or to talk about next, I guess. Let me see. Scrolling to see if anything new has come up. Oh, my stomach. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think it's just some sleuthing stuff. Oh my god, I think it's just a history. I'm gonna ignore that. Let me see. Okay. I kept thinking like today was like Saturday too when I woke up. I was like trying to decide what to wear, and I was like, oh, I have to keep in mind that I have a singing lesson today, so I need to make sure that I dress like somewhat appropriately. And then I realized, oh no, I don't have a singing lesson today. Oh, the live stream, Genshin live stream is today. You ran out of safe for workout weapons. Oh my god. Someone called the cops because he's got fine written all over him. Oh my gosh. Who? Oh yeah. Wait, what? Oh, we were looking at you might watch here with you, Sensei, since you have a walk right now. Okay. What was quick? Oh man. The conversation's not even moving that fast and I'm already lost, right? You'd like to download his digits. Oh my god. The first digits I thought of was not an actual number, so okay. All right, let's watch this. What happened? Becca's just being dirty again, that's all. We watched the new Digimon trailer. We had a nice talk about my love of Superman and just character writing in general. Beck doing puns and pickup lines. Because that's what Beck does, man. That's just what Beck does. Yeah, I'm gonna upload later the what's it called? The Archon quest? Oh my god. So that you can see my what's it? Oh wait, hang on, guys. Okay, guys. I know. Oh no, for you guys it's this time of day is fine. Okay, guys. We're gonna Okay. Because last time the audio wasn't really that great. I watched the VOD for the clip from the audio drama for Master on Saturdays. And Beck is here. I'm gonna play the clip for you guys now with proper audio. I don't know if it'll work. Actually, we'll see if it works. But hopefully it does, right? But it's gonna be coming from my my phone like emulator. If I can find it. Because it may not work. We may not be actually able to do it. Let me see. Why is it whenever I need to do something, I never remember where it is? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I was like trying to remember what the title was in Korean for this app because I don't there is one, but I don't know like how it looks on the thing. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay. Because it's fun, guys. What did you do to them, Beck? They're blushing like a storm. Nothing. Either you're practicing puns at a new twink. Person next to you is blushing. Oh, wow. Not my fault. Did you? Oh, either you will want to turn the volume down. You should probably turn the volume down. Oh, it says it can't be shown. Maybe it won't work. See. I mean, if it doesn't work, then oh well. It's just so upset. No, it works. Okay, we just gotta find the episode. And then somehow I have to get to the timestamp without opening the thing. Since I don't know how to do that. Oh, wait. I can do it from my phone. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna, you guys can listen to the sounds that woke me up. Okay. You remember this? Yeah, enjoy.
팀장님 마음대로 후회하세요. 저는 안 할 거니까.
팀장님, you can regret this all you want, but I won't. This is not the sound that woke me up. This is leading up to that, though. You're running away from your friend. They're making out.
나보다 피가 나는 것 같아.
He thinks he might be bleeding. They're just still kissing. This is just kissing. It's an audio drama. Music is totally necessary.
내가 후회하게 만들어 줄 테니까.
Follow me. I'll make you regret this. So he's just dragging him to his room right now. They want to hear you? Oh no. They do get paid hopefully enough, but I don't know. He's tying him up.
그가 넥타이를 푸는 것을 보고 조심스럽게 손목을 내밀었다. 내 손을 묶는.
So I was still sleeping during this part. I didn't wake up at this part. The steady narration.
이것을 얼마나 필요로 하는지 알 것 같다. 하지만
It's like those audio narration things for like the blind on TV.
안에 있는 것들을 내가 얼마나 버틸 수 있을까?
Now the weather.
안전화 같은 것도 없고 사실 자신이 없다.
I don't have confidence, but
엎드려요.
get on your knees, basically. This is and this is what woke me up. His friend's bag of chips. He's trying to open the chip. Trying to open something.
그가 살갗을 깨물어 상처를 내고 그 위를 여러 번 눌렀다. 초조하게 떨리는 그 긴 손가락이 내 뺨을 쓰다듬고
His fingers are inside him right now.
단단하게 목을 그어주었다.
If I remember correctly, 3 fingers. He's choking on the chest. Okay, that's enough. That's enough, guys. Yeah. So I woke up to that and was like, all right. Now to actually remember and listen to it. Good thing you have this playing on your TV. Do you guys remember when Kathy's neighbor came over? Was it Kathy? Kathy's neighbor, I think, came over and was like, "Are you watching porn?" I think. Apologies if you get that kind of visit again. Their throats are too dry. Completely accurate captions. But yeah. So there you go. I'm glad we were able to put that on the emulator so that like it wasn't just like grainy audio over my phone onto the mic. Thank God it wasn't this. Yeah, don't play this at the mall speakers. You thought it was a threesome and you said, "Don't put me in that sandwich." Yes, I do not want to be in any sandwich. But yeah. So that sounded like he was using a belt. I think he was using a paddle. At least I don't remember reading this part. Like, I definitely haven't read it in the Korean, and I don't think I read this in English either. So I only know what was used in the manga, right? And in the manhwa, it was a paddle. But yeah, I don't know if like an audio drama might be a little different too, right? So maybe like they decided to go for a belt sound. Who knows? But they were definitely using something. It was definitely not his hand. It was definitely not his hand. He definitely used like because it was like very different from how he normally treats him. Because he was having a particularly bad day, and he actually wanted to send Sodan home. But that's why Sodan has the line where he says, "You can regret this all you want, but I won't." Because Sodan felt like he could be more useful for him to take out his frustration on, because he bottles everything up inside. And so that's why Sodan like insisted like that he stay. And he was particularly like harsh on his body that night. So yeah, so he definitely used not his hand. Very hot, would pay, but not more than $5. It's not that expensive. Yeah, it's not that expensive. If we do like the math, I don't, it's so hard to convert coins, right? But basically I get 90 something coins for like $30. And I think an episode, like, it depends on the length of the episode, but probably an episode like that is only worth like, I guess it was a bit of a longer episode, but it was like probably worth no more than 15 coins. So 15 coins, whatever that math converts to. I'm not going to do it right now because I don't want to think about like all the order of that right now. You like Sodan, the idiotic self-sacrificing low esteem boy? He's really, I like him a lot. I do like Sodan a lot. It's $5. Perfect. There you go. And that episode is let me see how long that particular episode, because the episodes are different lengths, obviously. So I think you are paying them in terms of time, right? And that particular episode, oh wow, okay, that's a long episode. It's 46 minutes. Like, obviously, the whole episode is not that, right? 3 coins per... Yeah, there you go. So, the whole episode is not like that, right? Let me see if I can find... I haven't bought everything. I don't know if I can still see how much this particularly cost. But let me see if I can figure out, like, how much a 40-something minute episode would cost, right? Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe that one is more like closer to 30. Closer to 30, whatever. 30 coins. Yeah. But even so, like, I think it's worth it for how well, like, voice acted this is. Like, it's very, very well voice acted. I wonder if I could, like, I wish I could just see how much this cost. But since I've already paid for it, I can't see the price anymore. If it was in Chinese, you totally swipe. Yeah, like it's not like that expensive. And I do like that's another reason I don't have every single episode already, right? Is because I basically set myself a limit. And I spend at like I allow myself for the audio dramas to only spend 30,000 won, so 30 bucks. Like $30 ish a month, right? So it might take some time for me to get the whole collection, but that way I at least don't spend like a shit ton of money all at once. But yeah, like definitely worth swiping, especially if you're able to like understand it and enjoy it. Like yeah, like I wouldn't download this if it wasn't something I didn't like in a language that I at least understand at least a little bit of. I've listened to Japanese BL, and that's fine too, because like as long as there's like a book I can follow with English translations, like I mostly understand what's going on. And actually, like I think it actually improved my Japanese a little bit during the time that I was listening to Japanese BL audio dramas. Kind of funny. But it actually improved my Japanese a little bit during that time. But I don't think I paid for any of those, not gonna lie. But the Korean ones, because I understand a lot more, I think it's like for at least like these few that I've bought, I think they're worth it. They're worth like actually spending money on. You're pumped for tomorrow? Oh, what are you doing tomorrow? Worst bag of chips ever. No, that episode's really good. I think that's the same episode where he says the line about locking him up. Hang on. Maybe we can listen to that. That one won't be sussy. That one won't be sussy. So you can see how he said that line. Even if you don't like fully understand it, at least you know the translation. Because I think that line was done very well. Should be the same episode. The line is very sussy. We just can't understand it. You would have signed for the link click audio dramas if you had any how to navigate or pay for Billy audio stuff. Oh, yeah, that would be interesting, right? If you oh, whoops. Let me move forward. Let's move forward a little bit. Oh, here it is. I found it.
들여다보니 오만이고.
We're storing on that bag of chips. Did Finn wake up to that sound too? I'm so sorry, Finn. I'm so sorry, Finn. We woke up Finn with that sound too. Okay, tomorrow's the 19th anniversary for the... Oh, that's not good. It's a game event. Oh, it's a game event. Okay. Oh yeah, ZZZ update. Let me see if I can turn the volume up. Okay.
매번 지치지도 않고. 아니, 그게 당연하지. 정말로 확신이 있는 사람은
Not here yet. I'm waiting for the line.
애초에 확인할 필요가 없지 않겠습니까? 처음부터 나는 내가 정말로 그럴 리 없다고 생각했습니까? 아니면
Don't listen, it's boys doing more than kissing.
어떻게 돼도 상관이 없을 정도로 내가 좋은 겁니까?
Wait, you're looking forward to morning, Kathy?
전자면 잘못 생각한 겁니다.
I think this is just him telling him to like think about
이서단
stuff.
씨가 생각하는 것처럼 악취미를 가졌지만 숙내는 멀쩡하고
Oh my god, hurry up.
건전한 남자가 아닙니다.
Oh yes, okay, here it is.
오랜 시간 그런 척을 해왔지만 이제는 나도 내가
No. He's not passed out. So this scene is they're talking together after Seodan has woken up again, but he's here. Oh, okay. So this is the line. So the first word he said was 가끔은, which is sometimes, right? So and this is where the line begins. Sometimes. Imagine only 엎은해와 emotionally. No. He's awake. He's awake.
이서단 씨를 보고 있으면
He's not tied up. Sometimes when I see your
팔다리를
face.
분질러서 지하실에 가둬버리고 싶습니다.
And that's the part where he said, I want to lock you up in a basement room.
평생 내 얼굴만 보고
For all your life, you'd only
내
see my
목소리만
face.
듣도록
Only hear my voice.
깜깜한 데 가둬놓아서 내가 하루에 30분 들여다보기만 해도
He was tied up during the spanking. During the spanking part, he was tied up.
내게 눈물 콧물 흘리면서 매달릴 정도로 나를 목말라 하는 것을 보고 싶습니다. 매 순간 나를 좋아한다고 사랑한다고 말해도 나는 미친놈처럼 초조하고 불안해서 그때마다 이서단 씨를 학대하고 강간하고
I want to abuse you and violate you. That's what he just said.
그런 생각을 하다가도 가끔은 먼 곳으로 이서단 씨를 보내버리고 싶을 때도 있습니다.
And now this is the sweet part where he says, sometimes I want to send you far away.
내가 평생을 헤매도 찾지 못할 정도로
So far, I couldn't find you.
거기서 이서단 씨는 매일 맛있는 것만 먹고
I don't want to eat chips alone while you watch and won't share.
좋은 일들만 있고 그렇게 평생 어떤 일이든 울지 않고 그렇게 지냈으면 나도 어쩌면 충분할 것도 같은데 그리고 그게 이서단 씨를 위해서는 맞는 일이라는 사실은 알고 있습니다.
Okay, so there we go. And sometimes I want to buy you your own bag of chips. I think those lines are very romantic, Beck. Honestly, though, that's like some people's threshold for cruelty, right? Like, so like um, you heard his name, Sodan. Yes, he calls him that a lot. He calls him by his full name, because they're both very like formal and stiff. Like they've been at this relationship. So at this point in the story, well, you'll read it and you'll get to it. But basically, like they are kind of in a relationship, right? That's a bit undefined, but they are in a relationship, and like obviously he was having a really bad night because it's the night before their final presentation, on the TF team, and yes, earlier Isodan was tied up, and there was spanking. There was also fingers and also not fingers, other things also. And then Sodan passed out probably because that's what he do. And then he woke up in the middle of the night, and that's like the scene that we're at where they're kind of talking at night. I want to eat Ferrero Rocher and only save you some. Guys, please. But yeah, they're very sweet. I promise you, they really are very sweet. Just sometimes a little questionable. Okay, let me order some food because I'm realizing how late it is and it's like noon. I'm glad I was finally able to share what I'm listening to with you guys because it's a shame if for like only me to enjoy it, you know? Is this place, is this near my house? Oh, must be. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I guess all I had for breakfast was a muffin. That's kind of cake, right? Muffin is kind of cake. Hmm? 아주 매운맛. Um, oh. Okay. Okay. Just order this. Yay! Lunch will come soon. Okay. Sometimes BDSM sweet is you buy them their very own bondage cage to sleep in. It's very cute. That's why he would lock him in his room. I got to the line about like so the latest episode I've listened to, because again I'm doing this very slowly, but the latest episode I'd listened to, he had said he's cutting ties. It's where we are in the manga, like as of the last update, where he's cutting ties with his sibling and his family, and it's the line where he says like he's able to do that now because the man who said that he would lock him up in a basement whenever he got like jealous or whatever now held onto all of his strings. And I was like, oh my god, that's so it really hits. You're eating a Ferrero Rocher now? Oh my gosh. I ordered Mexican food actually. I ordered Mexican food. I got a burrito. Mostly because burrito's easier to eat. I won't have to struggle as much. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna pee real fast. I'm so glad we were able to all enjoy that. Okay, I'm back. Oh, it's good that we enlist these streams. Okay. What's up? Let me see. Oh my gosh. All right, easy. Okay. You're eating for share. We really got to work on your self-confidence, Odan, right? Another fluffy quote, Kathy. You're what is a hero? It's a taco. It's like a taco. It kind of is, yeah. You finished your walk for the day. Your friend is not contemplating who you are because it isn't the person she met before, she said. She said she was expecting more chaos, like from more guns, drama, horror. Interesting. Ether's surprised it's butt smacking. Yeah, it's let me see. What is that? Don't just send me links without telling me what they are. Okay. Why wouldn't you always be talking about butt smacking? What's the difference? ZZ's definitely up and wow, new lady is extremely booba. Beck just notices things. I mean, I think if it went up and down 4 times, I understand why Beck noticed. Watch this. Is it the same video? No. Stop sending me random links without telling me what they are. Okay. I got a response from this person, but they're just not like it's the same person, right? And like it's just very funny when people try to sound very smart, but they have no idea what they're saying. Like, cause it's like fine when it works, like if they are or whatever. But I don't really care if people just because I have a jargon filled vocabulary sometimes, but like this use of the word preponderance is just not necessary. The same video you thought the last link got lost. It's the same video? Okay.
We're leaving a
you wouldn't notice boobo when they defy the laws of physics. Even meant appreciation eyes take notice. Yeah, I imagine like that would stand out.
a taco stand one night. I realized that a lot of people needed to step out of their comfort zones in order to find alternative ways of making ends meet. I made the mistake one night of assuming the guy working the stand was Mexican. He wasn't. I even spoke Spanish to him, which is a no-no. The rule is, when engaging a brown person, you must speak English to them first, and then if there's a language barrier, then you go to Plan B high school Spanish. You start off in English. Hello, sir, may I? ¿Qué? No entiendo. ¿Qué pasó? Oh, hold on, I got this. Hola. Yummy.
Hola.
So I walked up to this guy at the stand and I was like, he reminded me of a tío, so I was like, hey, ¿qué onda, compa? ¿Cómo estás? And which is like, hello, friend, how are you? And he responded, what are you saying to me?
Yeah, the most like Valley Girl hola ever.
You were Mexican. No, I am not a Mexican. I am not a Mexican. I am Greek.
Oh.
Greek? Shit, I was way off. I'm sorry, bro. It's late. I'm tired. Can I have 2 tacos? What do you mean, can I have 2 tacos? I just finished telling you I am not a Mexican. I am Greek. I do not sell taco. I sell gyro. Gyro? And then I remember seeing writing on the front of the cart, and I just thought it was like the guy's name or something, right? I was like, it spells it out. Gyro. Gyro. He got all pissy. It is not a gyro, it is gyro. That shit says gyro. It is gyro. Bro, I'm tired, it's late. What is a gyro?
When I first learned that word, by the way, also that's why I pronounced it incorrectly myself. I suppose probably, I don't know. Or maybe he's mispronouncing it. I don't know. Was hiro was because like I first heard that word and learned what that food was from Hercules, the animated TV show. Because they did a pun thing.
It's like a taco.
You also said gyro. I don't blame you. It looks like gyro. It looks like gyro. Ugh. Back to having no clue what I'm talking about. Yeah, that was good. I mean, because when you have to like explain what something is, it's always easier to. Oh, okay. I had the funniest thing yesterday. Very amusing. Let me see. So yesterday, we were at the Vietnamese restaurant trying to figure out what to order before we settled on the hot pot, and I was trying to describe bánh cuốn, which is this. Trying to describe whatever this is, right, to my my white coworker, and I didn't know, like, because I was like not ready also, but I was like, it's like rice paper in layers, right? I was like, it's like rice paper, and then you like it's like layered, right, layered up. And she just looks at me and she goes, "Oh, like a lasagna," and I was like, "Oh my god." I was like, oh, if it was like a lasagna, I would have said it's like a lasagna. You told your white coworkers that Pocky is a vertical cookie. That is a description. It was not accurate. I don't think this is like a lasagna at all. But yeah, it was very, very like amusing. If it was, I would have just said that. I'm pretty good at finding similarities between foods. It was very entertaining, though. We had a good laugh. Okay. I'm trying to see if I'm like awake enough for this next reaction. I'm hungry. Mostly I'm just hungry right now. I got so distracted I stopped thinking about food, right? And so I should have ordered food earlier, but I didn't. And empanada is a dumpling? It kind of is. Yeah, an empanada kind of is a dumpling. Okay. All right. It's time to watch the Wicked trailer. I've listened to the song already because I love For Good, but I wanted to actually watch it and see what's coming. Like, I already know the musical. But oh. Pretty white dress.
Alpha Withrop, I know you're out here. Just come in before the monkeys spot you.
There's no going back.
Wait, how much time has passed? HD. How much time has passed? She looks like she's been through a lot.
The wizard and I.
Ooh.
The Wicked Witch can't elude us forever. Not with Prince Fiero and his squadron hot on her trail.
The wonderful Wizard of Oz. No one believed in you more than I did.
Alphaba.
Man. Glinda's dresses just keep getting nicer and nicer.
That people come into our lives for a reason. I know I'm who I am today because I knew you.
If they don't kiss in this musical, I swear. I mean, in this movie.
Like a comet pulled from orbit as it passes the sun.
Oh, there's a wedding.
Like a seed dropped by a skybird in a distant world.
Oh, right. Dorothy, makes sense. If these two don't kiss in this movie, what is even the point? It's Infinity Nikki. No, wait, it's a dumpster fire. It's not a dumpster fire.
Bring me the broom of the wicked witch of the West.
What's the broom?
For a while there, I thought you changed.
I have changed.
Aww.
It's time for both of us to fly.
Because I knew you.
You're the only friend I ever had.
Because I knew you. And I've had so many friends.
This isn't even a Chinese project. What's their excuse for not allowing a kiss? I know, right? I swear to God, they'd better have a kiss.
But only one that mattered.
Aww.
I'm off to see the wizard.
I'm excited. The first movie was so good. I had such a great time in the theater. So I'm definitely gonna see the second one in theaters too. There's no way I'm missing that. But yeah, they should definitely kiss. Seriously, no point if they don't. Solo leveling new outfit. I don't play the game. Pose. Okay. I'm just gonna put this up. Maybe we'll watch part of this. Pop Culture Detective put up a new video. That I thought would be, I don't know, of interest, at least just in terms of, I like how he covers things, and I like how he gives like historical context and stuff to stuff. And I don't think he updates that often because I feel like it's been a while since I've seen one of his videos. Let me see, when was the last update? But this one, I feel like is pretty relevant for these times, right? It's called The Myth of the Alpha Male. Oh, right. I did see this one. Okay. So I guess he updates like every 6 months. So he does like 2 videos a year. I'm just kidding. I don't know. But Human Nature, Hope and Ice Cream. This was after the election when people were feeling kind of hopeless. I remember that. And then this one, oh my God, it's already been 6 months. Over 6 months. Wow. I think I watched this one, Patriarchy According to Barbie. Oh, my food's here. Yay, food. Okay. I have burrito and french fries. Okay, and a Pepsi, I guess. That's like some of your favorite content creators posting 1 to 2 times per year if we're lucky. Yeah. Like, do you listen to like I guess I kind of know that you probably do, right? Like, there are people I listen to who do update regularly, but a lot of my favorite videos are really long deep dives, right? And so I know that it takes them a while. Or like, because like they're usually like types of shows that just require a lot of research, right? So like there's a historian that I like to watch, and I think he updates like twice a year, and he does like movies, and he'll tell you like the real life story of the events that are like portrayed in the movie, to give like more context and more details and stuff, and he'll also like tell you if it's like really accurate or not. But I because of the amount of research like that would take, right? He can't update that often. Or I'll watch Medusini. I recommend Medusini. Oh, I should remember to clip this. But anyway, Medusini does extensive videos. I only found out about Medusini because of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, because I wasn't paying attention, like I mentioned, to the. I'll show you the length of her videos, but sorry, I'm trying to multitask and I can't do either. I'm trying to talk and I'm trying to like open a video, but I also need to drink this medicine, and it's like I'm not able to do any of these things proficiently. So I'm just gonna do one at a time. I'm gonna do the medicine first. Medicine down. Hello, Roderick. We're gonna watch a video called because I don't know. I'm just chilling today. Today's just a very chill birthday stream. But so Medusini does videos that are like extremely well researched. And I wasn't paying attention to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial because there was just something about it that really bothered me. And now that I look back on it, I do know what bothered me about it. And that was just because I did not enjoy how people talked about Amber Heard, whether or not they thought she was a liar, whether or not she was a liar. I felt like there was just the type of commentary around her made me so uncomfortable that I just couldn't handle watching it, because it didn't feel like it had anything to do with her allegations or his allegations. It just felt like woman hating, right? Now I kind of understand that's what I was witnessing and what was making it so hard for me to engage with that story. But I kind of wish I had engaged with it so that I could have said more and given people a space who were also feeling the same way as I did, or finding those spaces, right? So anyway, Medusini has a 3-part series about that, because Medusini did she does really deep dives, but it takes her ages to get videos out, right? Because of them, and you can tell too just because of the length, right? So the 3-part series, here's the first. Is this in order? Is this in chronological order? Maybe it's on playlist. It's so hard to figure out where anything is. Here. Amber Heard versus the World, the trilogy. We're not going to watch it. I just wanted to look at the length, right? So the first part 1, Amber Heard is an unambiguous victim. With
this AI tool, you can
is 2 hours and 44 minutes. And then after that, Amber Heard versus the Cult of Johnny Depp is 1 hour and 43 minutes. And then the Internet versus Amber Heard, which is the final part, is even longer than both of those. It's 3 hours and 24 minutes, right? And she has a couple follow-up videos too, where she goes over unsealed documents and stuff, but not really I think that video was more I'm not really gonna go into them because I feel like we've already invaded her privacy enough, which I respect. I respect that she's I'm not doing this just for the content. I'm trying to clear misinformation online. And so she has a video where she talks about and even that video where she's just kind of talking is still 1 hour long, right? And her last video was 10 months ago, and it was a deep dive into Desperate Housewives, and it's 4 hours and 19 minutes. I'm not sick. Did I say I was sick? You made Cappy watch a 4-hour documentary on the Disney Star Wars hotel. Oh! You watched the video about the origin of the name Tiffany. That's so interesting. Wait. There's a video. I love the internet, man. You can find somebody who will be so well researched into the most random topics. You watched an hour-long roundtable of disappointed internet Nikki and deep space creators going over the latest drama. Yeah, it's very interesting to see people really go all out for and I love these types of videos. I do watch them in parts sometimes because I can't there's a great she has a whole series just about Britney Spears, and I think is really great. And it's about specifically the thesis, because that's a nice thing about her videos. They're not just like, here's a bunch of information. Like she has a point that she tries to make with her videos, right? And like there's a series talking about what led to Britney's album, like probably her most iconic, like best album, most creative album, which is Blackout. And basically like, but in order to like, you know, fully understand all of that, she makes a point to really, you know, explore like Britney's entire career leading up to that point and beyond even. And so it's very, very, like very well researched and very well presented. It's like how you can't watch Genshin drama videos that call people sag bootlickers because you're too... Yeah. I don't like the stupidly biased. I feel like I definitely have a bias in my like content that I put out about Justin Baldoni, right? And I'm not always nice to him, right? But I feel like in his case, there's a false sense of neutrality that people feel they need to offer, but they don't understand the harm that does when like you don't acknowledge that there's an incredibly large bias against like survivor disclosure, so that you actively have to force yourself to I guess place yourself on the side of victims at all in order to get like an actual proper like neutrality. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if I explained that well, but basically it's like there's a false sense of neutrality where people try to say, I want to hear both sides of the story, not realizing that the two sides are not comparable, right? So like I feel like it's important to call out like obvious lying, right? When it's happening and things like that, right? And so anyway, so I know I'm not like kind to Justin Baldoni because he doesn't deserve it, right? But I think that like when it comes to a situation where it's like this labor strike and whatnot, you also need to take into consideration like, you know, what biases are working against, like, you know, like why is it so like easy for people to turn on like certain main characters in this particular narrative. And that's actually why I don't like certain criticisms about certain voice actors that I see, because like not to name names, but like I understand that some people are very quick to just humiliate other people in their criticisms rather than actually hear them out or address like their criticisms from like a factual neutral perspective. And so they will make it an issue of like character or something, right? And when they do that regarding certain people, it does tend to lead into something that looks a lot like, you know, misogyny and ableism. And I don't like that. Because it doesn't make me comfortable to hear these tangents where you're just resorting to name calling like sag bootlickers, right? Here's about the Tiffany one. CGP Grey. Okay. Oh, it's only 10 minutes. You know, we should look at that. We're definitely not going to watch a Medusini video. I just wanted to show like what kind of content Medusini covers, and also just like to recommend it if anybody is interested. She does coverage of pop culture, but from like through very, very big deep dives. And from a feminist perspective. So anyway, let me see. CGP. Oh, CGP Grey. Actually, let's look it up very specifically, because I think if we're too vague, I'm just gonna get a ton of videos and I'm gonna have to scroll through a thing. The history of the Tiffany. Okay. Oh, the Tiffany. Interesting. So it's not just the name Tiffany? Is it like a symbolic Tiffany? Like the Karen?
Procrastination isn't your fault. It's a broke mentality fueled by...
Tiffany is a very neon...
Yeah, sometimes there's no both sides. Yeah. And that's what I don't like about the talk about like, yeah, when people try to both sides issues of like sexual violence, when people try to both sides that, it usually leads into having the worst take and the most misogynistic take, right? And that's why like I'm always trying to like provide context for like what has been studied and what's been presented to us about the sociology and social phenomena that occur of like, you know, the silence, the culture of silence and stuff that surrounds things like sexual violence, because you need to understand that in order to understand that things like defamation lawsuits are not just somebody acting in their interest of defending themselves. Defamation lawsuits, when used by like, you know, perpetrators of sexual violence, are retaliatory and meritless. You shouldn't be taking them seriously. And you need to teach yourself to do that. You need to train yourself to do that. Because otherwise, like when you think of it as, well, she said this and he said this, right? And we need to take both sides seriously. You're not understanding the actual dynamics at play and how that stuff like really works to make it like more difficult for survivors to speak up. You cute. See, that's the thing. That's what I mean, Roderick. You entirely missed my point. It's not that the accused can't prove their innocence. Okay, I'm gonna release a video about this as well because I think the Child USA amicus brief really explained it well. You are allowed to file a defamation lawsuit, but understanding that defamation lawsuits can be used as a retaliatory means, right, of silencing survivors. If you understand that, right, then when they are dismissed because they don't have any merit, right, because they aren't anything other than a conclusory like denial, then you'll understand that it is being weaponized as a tool and it should be dismissed because the purpose of that lawsuit was never to prove their innocence. The purpose of those meritless lawsuits was always to punish the survivor for speaking out. And those should not be allowed. Those should not be permitted because they are a waste of the court's resources, but they're also harmful. It's that sometimes there's such a clear difference between right and wrong that you got to consider both sides actually incorrect since it creates a false. Yes. It's okay. Like here's a broader example that might. Let me think it through first to see if it's even a very good example. Okay. When people try to teach about the Civil War, but they try to justify the South was fighting the Civil War because they were quote unquote defending states' rights, right? Or they're trying to justify their reasons, you know, for look, the economy in the South is so based on whatever, right? It's like, no, we don't need to hear that. We need to understand that in their own like particular interest, whether it be economic or legal or whatever, what they were proponents of was slavery, and slavery is bad. And we don't need to hear the other side. Why involve the state? Why resolve this with why even involve this with a simple dialogue? What are you talking about? Retaliatory lawsuits, retaliatory defamation lawsuits are filed even sometimes if the person, like, you guys know Amber Heard did not start the the legal proceedings, right? All she did was talk about her experience being abused, right? For which there was, like, it was very well documented that she had been abused. And all she did was talk about it, right? And Johnny Depp filed a defamation lawsuit. She didn't involve the state. He did. Like, that's exactly why that's a problem. And also, sometimes you do like have a right to involve the state if you are seeking, like if you have been sexually like violated or sexually harassed, you do have a right to involve the state though, right? To be compensated for the damages that have been inflicted on you. Like do you expect people to resolve that with a simple dialogue? Do you think a simple dialogue would have like led to this in the first place if it was easy enough to solve that problem? Right? That sentence doesn't even make sense. You're falling asleep, you'll try to stay awake. sorry. We're getting distracted again. Tiffany, born in the 80s.
80s name, and not without reason. It exploded in popularity during the decade, but despite Tiffany's modern sound, the name wasn't born.
But Depp got canceled. So you think that just because his career was at risk for acts of violence that he committed, that Amber Heard didn't have a right to speak about the violence that he committed against her? That's a ridiculous take. I will ban you if you're saying that. The accusation wasn't just an accusation, it was well documented. More harmfully, it's making people wrongfully think that maybe the Nazis had good points. Exactly. Yeah, if we think about even right now, right? Even if we look right now at the situation with the rise of like far right the far right political movement and stuff, right? A part of that happens because people are willing to take into consideration like this like wrongful idea that, oh yeah, maybe the Nazis had certain points or whatever. Like, no, Nazism is bad. You're not saying that, you're saying he filed a defamation because of the cancellation. And did he have a right to do that? That's what I'm saying. Did he have a right to do that? He does not, because it was revenge. He was punishing her for what she was speaking about because it harmed him, but he was the one who caused harm for her, and like that would have caused her to speak about that in the first place. Yeah, it's not defamation if it's true. It was a revenge lawsuit, and that's exactly what these defamation, like, I'm not saying all defamation lawsuits are revenge lawsuits, but certain defamation lawsuits are just a weaponization of the law in order to get revenge on a victim that you want to silence. And those should not be allowed. Yeah, it's definitely not defamation if it's true.
In the 80s.
And you don't get the right to
at
do
least 80 decades old. OMG, that's like positively medieval. How is that? And then why is this? Well, let me tell you the tale of tracking Tiffany through time. It starts in the year 300 with this guy, Eusebius.
One of my favorite Girls' Generation members is Tiffany, by the way. I love her.
Historian and bishop in the Holy Land. He wrote a treatise on the divine manifestation, and the word for that in the Greek he wrote was theophania. In ye olden days, religious virtue names were totally a thing, and
if you're not going to allow it, so the guilty, and don't allow the innocent to file the defamation. I don't even know what that sentence means. I never said defamation lawsuits were all revenge lawsuits or should not be allowed. I said that they are so frequently used as a revenge tactic that when we recognize them for what they are, we should not allow them to continue. People are allowed to file defamation lawsuits. Obviously, they've been filed and they're still being filed. Good night, Kathy. Have a good rest. Thank you for doing your best to stay up. I know it's late for you. Often come back to this. It's normally the air. No. You're deflecting the topic. You're deflecting the topic. You're going to sleep too soon too? Okay. Like, I'm not talking about that issue right now. Tiffany, sorry.
Theophania became a name given to
Theophany?
children born on the Feast of the Epiphany, though
Oh.
no 5-syllable name can go unnicked, so for some rhyming sage, a Tiffany Epiphany was inevitable. The name, thus born in the Holy Land, then spread with the Greek language. The most famous example appears in 972, with the Empress of the Holy Roman Empire, whose name is written this way and probably pronounced Theophanu. Ancient pronunciation is a whole other thing that we are going to skip because it's unknowable, and it doesn't help that the Empress's name is listed in different ways, so it's impossible to know if she went by Theophanu or Theophania or Theophania, which are all close to Tiffany, but not quite. Who knows? Maybe she shortened it and her title was Tiff, Empress of the Empire. The top tiff. But that's just speculation. When this word first became a Tiffany name precursor isn't exactly known.
That's funny.
Spoiler for history, pre-printing press, there's
Fanny.
lots of written evidence
Fanny.
for anything, and lots of documents that did exist got lost. So to tell the totality of the tale takes trusses of trust betwixt the islands of evidence.
Truss of
it's time to
trust.
try to find the true old-time tiffs by working backwards through
This is very
hundreds of
funny
years of
scripting.
census
Love the
books. And
alliteration.
if you did that in English, you wouldn't find much. Thanks for nothing, Doomsday Book. But if you also looked in French, you could find Tiffany Raganel, born 1335, about whom all information is delightful. A noble lady astrologer who lived in France's fairy tale castle Mont Saint-Michel and who used her astrological powers to predict the outcome of her husband's knighting battles. Hey honey, maybe don't go on that one. And she was righter than wronger because he survived to ascend to become the Grand Constable of France, first officer of the crown. On the island, there's still a little museum to her and her husband, though one thing you won't find in that museum is her skull, which turned up just a few years ago in a relinquery box in the town of Dinan with a note on it saying this is the skull of Tiffany Raganel, and given anonymously to the local library. So that's a thing that happened. Wait, why are we talking about this? Oh right, because this is the oldest Tiffany that's pretty much spelled Tiffany and about whom details of her life are known.
Tiffany.
But were you to keep going backwards through the census books, you'd also strike a trio
He's an
of Tiffany's
English
in Paris in
teacher.
1313.
That explains
But
a lot,
all that is
actually.
known about them is their listed professions: waxmaker, washerwoman, and spinster, a woman who spins spool into thread. Thus, this foursome of French Tiffany's written records are the proof that Tiffany is totally neon medieval. Though you might be wondering exactly how did a Greek name from here end up on a fancy French Tiffany over here? Me too. So if you kept looking through every old document that might be a list of names for hundreds of hours, if you were lucky, you would eventually stumble on the transcripts of charters related to Gilbertine houses from 1161, containing a single Tiffany, well, Tiffany with an EPH, but that's close enough to count, who lived in Fortherby, England. How did she get there? Well, we must cross another truss of trust, but Tiffany had a grandfather named Hugh, who was at just the right time and place to travel to the Holy Land in the first.
Wait, did they just call him Hugh the Twit? Was he actually? Oh my gosh.
Crusade, and going through the surviving records of crusaders from the time, there are candidate Hughs, and while I can't prove the Tiffany-Hugh connection 100%, which kills me, I'm still calling it that Grandpa Hugh on his travels came across an Epiphany Tiffany and brought the name back to Middle England and the English language, as also did French crusaders to France. It all fits, but it does leave the question: if Tiffany in its modern form is near a millennia old, why don't we think of it that way? Probably just historical happenstance, a lack of famous Tiffany.
He's very funny, loves
There
his
were
alliteration like a
queens
true English
born on
teacher.
the
Yeah.
Epiphany to be named Tiffany, leaving
It explains a lot.
Theophanu as the most prominent Tiffany, except not exactly a Tiffany, and Tiffany Raganel isn't particularly famous, until hopefully now, that is. If you go on your own French Tiffany crusade, be sure to tell him Gray sent you. So, aside from these two, the name never landed on fame to pop in popularity like it would later, just sporadically showing up in written records in the late 17 and 1800s, which, as an alternate history side note, it does mean that at the time Jane Austen was writing Emma, the name Tiffany was infrequently around with its exact modern spelling. So, if the authoress was looking for an underused name with literary potential, she could have picked Tiffany and turned the Georgian and Victorian eras neon as well. And I mean, come on, the name Tiffany Woodhouse is totes perfect for the character.
Tiffany
But
Woodhouse?
sadly, it didn't happen, and Tiffany remained a name without fame. She would get there, but jumping backwards, she first needed to transform. In 1629, Tiffany does appear on an English census, finally, this time for the first time as a last name, with one Mr. Henry Tiffany, who lived and died in Hackney, London. Okay, so he wasn't born a Tiffany. Were you to track down his christening, you'd find he was Henry Tiffin at the time, but once grown up and married, the record now shows him as the first of the family of Tiffany. Why the name change? It it probably wasn't one. Consistent spelling in the English language totally wasn't a thing back then. None other than Tiffany's contemporary William Shakespeare never spelled his signature the same way twice. English was, and still kind of is, very whatever with the written word.
True.
So Henry Tiffin became Tiffany randomly, and because the world is just too perfect sometimes, I'm also calling it that this Mr. Tiffany, the first to appear with the last name in the English language, is directly responsible for this explosion of Tiffany's 400 years later. Come with me. So Henry Tiffany had a son in 1630, Humphrey Tiffany, who moved to the shiny New England sometime before 1660. Humphrey Tiffany took the name to America and simultaneously removed it from England as a last name, as he was Henry Tiffany's only surviving son, who would also have a son, James Tiffany, in 1666. From there, James Tiffany Jr., 1697, to Ebenezer Tiffany, 1734, to Comfort Tiffany, 1777, to 1812, Charles Louis Tiffany, which has caused some bulbs in the audience to light, but to follow through, Charles Louis Tiffany, with some friends, established a stationery and fancy goods emporium shop named Tiffany Young and Ellis in
there we go.
1837. Charles Louis Tiffany eventually took control of the company, changed the name to Tiffany & Co. to focus on jewelry exclusively, well, except for that period during the Civil War.
That's so funny. Because, like, Tiffany has just always been so associated with femininity for me that I really had no idea that Tiffany & Co. was founded by a man. Or, like, not founded by a man. I mean, probably it would have been, you know? But I mean, like, named after a man, I guess.
When he switched to manufacturing swords as the Tiffany experience, but after that, back to jewelry. From the late 1800s, this New York City store for Tiffany was her most prominent placement since the Empress or the Astrologer, and it remained so until 1958, when Truman Capote
It makes sense.
walked
Yeah, it
by.
makes sense
The
in
name
retrospect,
caught
like
author's
with this
attention as
context,
underused
right?
literary potential, and
Great.
he wrote and published the novella Breakfast at Tiffany's. Prior to this moment, Tiffany as a first name was holding on, but barely, averaging under 10 babies a year. After the novella, there's a slight uptick in the name, but that could be a coincidence. But what definitely isn't is in 1961, the novella became a movie starring Audrey Hepburn, and it
Yeah, I mean, well, which would still tie back to the novel, right? Speaking of, like, Capote was a very interesting person, like, kind of a shithead, and very questionable, at least regarding his true crime writing. And it's interesting because, like, I understand, like, the appeal of his writing, because I've had to read these two books, right, that he wrote for university, and, like, I understand the appeal of them, but they're also, like, I don't know, he's very sexist, and he's very, like, self-centered and a selfish person. So it's like it's interesting because, like, you understand the appeal, but you're also like, man, this guy was a piece of shit. I don't actually want to give him the attention.
would not be understated.
He wasn't
to
on
say
your
that this
assigned
role
reading
turned
list?
her into a
Oh, he wasn't?
transcending Hollywood icon forever connected with the name.
I read his books because of university classes, so he definitely wasn't on, like, an assigned reading list for, like, you know, high school or standardized stuff. It was very subject specific stuff. I think one class might have been either a forensics class or a theater class. So
Name in the title.
Lawrence
Tiffany
is
had
another one of the
found her
domains.
fame, and the following year, the Tiffany's
You like how you knew who the random author was?
setting
He's
a
quite
solid base
famous.
for an exponential explosion, and grew over the next 20 years as children grew.
Philip
having
Seymour
seen the
Hoffman has
movies, who
played
have
him.
children of their own, bringing us to 1979, and there are almost 10,000 Tiffany's a year. Now, we are still on a trust of trust for this Tiffany theory. Maybe it wasn't the store turn story turn movie. It could have been a coincidence. If you look at enough random events, you can always draw some convincing correlations. But remember that in ye olden days of the 60s and early 70s, movies could only be seen in theaters. But by the late 70s, there was a new invention, VHS, the video home system, so you could watch movies anytime in glorious 480 pixels. And, well, guess what? Breakfast at Tiffany's happens to be the first Audrey Hepburn movie released on VHS in, wait for it, 1979. And 1 year later, total Tiffany's doubled, rolling into the 80s torrent of Tiffany's, where
Yeah,
the name
not
was
surprised.
top 20 for 9 out of 10 years. The Tiffany
That movie was
ascendancy
also, like,
that had started with theophany
phenomenon.
in prehistory. And that is the tale of Tiffany.
That's
She's
so cool.
carried her neon torch through the ages, and long may she carry it into the future.
I learned so much. I learned so much. That's so cool. Yeah. I think it was probably a film class, because most likely it was because of, like, the movie Breakfast at Tiffany that led me to read the book. Um, and he also wrote like a true crime story, and at the time, like I would have been interested in that type of reading. So, um, he made a video about how he researched for this video. It was much longer. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, when you make videos, like in general, it's always like I feel the work is way longer than the actual outcome. You know what I mean? Like the outcome is like usually so much like you produce with creative things something that is like smaller and compact, but like so much work has to go into that. Like especially when you're crafting like informative things like this, right? Because you got to condense it to where people can understand it, but you've got to do so much in order to like gather all that data and everything. So that makes sense. Going to actual physical and reading. Yeah, yeah. Like he said he had to read through like a whole bunch of like censuses and stuff, right? That would definitely have taken so much longer, and also just to even record talking about it, because like if information was that easy to find, that means someone else already has it out there, right? Like when I do like even my videos, which are relatively short, but I have to spend hours like just reading, like then cutting out like the details, like checking with like what like for certain definitions of things I need to know, double checking like the sources that are cited and stuff, like often there's like history and stuff that like you need to be able to have a clear understanding of in order to like go into it, which is why I don't appreciate like some people who just kind of don't do any of that, and they just kind of like tell you like it depends actually. I feel like it's fine sometimes to do like commentary videos, right? But I do think you have to be wary of what like commentary people are saying and how their biases affect them. He's an English teacher. He had his sources cited. Yeah. Let me see. I assume in here. That's good. Someone dead ruined my life. Physical characteristics of the Tiffany's. Interesting. Did you know there's like a whole bunch of like... So like I don't know much about the manosphere in the sense that like I know what it is. I understand like roughly how it came to be. I understand what influences it. I understand I don't agree with most of it. But I don't know like the culture of the manosphere, like once you're in it, like the deep culture, right? So I knew like certain vocabulary, right? Like I knew what the word Chad was, right? Because that type of vocabulary also entered regular like vernacular, right? But I had no idea that like that vocabulary is so specific in the manosphere, and that they have like special name type like vocabulary for the types of people that they talk about. Um and also that like they are so much more focused on men than they are like on women, that like there really isn't much variety for how they talk about women. Which is like very telling because of, again, like the lack of like differentiations. It's so interesting. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, sorry. I know. I'm like, it's a lot. It was a lot for me to process. So I think I'm not explaining it well. But like basically for like the deep manosphere, the manosphere is basically like that movement of like incels, right? Like largely incels, of conservative men. I think it's a lot more complex than what I'm describing right now, even. But it kind of covers like a lot of that, right? And like the deep like culture of that actual environment, right? Like the actual community. Sorry, not environment, community, right? I had no idea they had like very particular vocabulary for how they describe people, like usually based off of names. And so like the word Chad comes from like the manosphere, I think. And I don't know, I was listening to a video about it and I was like, oh my God. But it's one of those that made it into like just general, like, like people's vernacular, right? So But yeah, it was fascinating and disturbing. But I can't help but like, like I'm somewhat curious about it. I don't want to go like I'm curious enough to want to learn about it, but from somebody who's not an actual member of that community, because I also don't need to invite that type of like, vileness into my life, right? Somebody who can be a bit more like objective than a person who has found themselves like gripped by it, you know? So yeah, but anyway, that's how I learned about it, and I was just like, wow, it goes so much deeper. I think the video was about like Jordan Peterson. I think like that's how it started. Was like, let's learn about Jordan Peterson and what an idiot he is, because he is an idiot. I've heard Jordan Peterson speak like some of his stuff, and wow, that guy has no personal standards for the bullshit that he puts out there. So, but not really surprised, like classic grifter behavior, you know? Let me see what CP Gray has. That was a very informative video. I thought that was interesting. CGP Gray made a video about how to solve the airplane boarding problem if you wanted a lighter topic. I mean, any topics are fine, right? Sometimes I listen to like really random topics that like have no like that aren't like that heavy socially, right? But yeah, I do think like just as a matter of like personal interest, I am usually very interested in things that are related to social issues, right? See. Numbers or runway numbers. Death to Nichols. Oh, that's interesting. 'Cause yeah, it is strange, like, to watch how, like over time, people just seem to use that currency less, right? Is the penny finally dead? I don't think that I have been in the States long enough to witness this, like, or, like, I don't think I've been in there recently enough to witness that. More flag he has a lot of stuff on flags. The fir tree. Oh, that sounds cute. Christmassy, maybe? I don't know. Sometimes I'll be like, I'll just watch a video about, yoga. And to be fair, the title of the video was The Dark History of Yoga. But like I'll be like, I'll get into a video that like is on a general like topic that you think is just kind of like harmless, right? And then it'll be like, well, here's what a ton of shitty people did. And I'm like, oh God. The penny is not being minted anymore. I had no idea. That's news to me. US highway system was also very interesting. Experiment with YouTube comp. Maddening mess of airport codes. Physical characteristics of the Tiffany's. That's a members only one though. A crime against childhood. So like, yeah, I'm gonna try to remember to follow this on my main account, because I don't follow a lot of people on this account. It's mostly just to make sure I keep up with like gotcha news and stuff. But I wonder if I can find like historian. Let me see, historian YouTuber. Let me see if I can find the one that I would recommend for very interesting, like history buffs. So history buffs for a while, like I don't remember if it was like 2 years ago or I think it was 2 years ago. I was watching like he does not update a lot, like frequently. So like or at least like I'm not always interested in what he updates. Oh, he updates like once a month. Okay, so he does update fairly frequently. Maybe it was just like not compared to the other people I was watching at the time. But like also like I'm not always interested, because he covers movies and then he'll tell you like the true story behind whatever, right? And I was obsessed, and I watched like a lot of his videos, at least regarding anything I was interested in. And that's how I came to watch like what is the name of that movie? It's a mafia movie. What is the name of that movie? It's definitely not Casino, but it does star the guy that was in Casino. I forget his name right now. My brain is like not remembering names. Oh, and Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci was, I think, the main character. No, second main character. One of the secondary characters. I think he won an award. But I ended up watching Goodfellas. I ended up finally watching Goodfellas because of his like video. I thought it was so interesting. And it was a really good movie. Like Goodfellas was like a very, very good movie. So sometimes like I'll watch a video and then like I'll be interested enough in the video that like the movie that he's talking about. And then I'll end up actually watching the movie. But yeah, he does go into like a lot of depth and stuff. Let me see. U.S. highway system, the airport codes one. The Charlotte NC airport is called CLT. Calling it with the L in there now. Oh, with the I. Oh my god. That's very sussy. The highway one. For some reason, that caught my interest when you said that. Numbers? The flag? Oh yeah, and I think I've said it somewhere before, but just in case, happy Pride. We love Pride Month. Hopefully, I can make it to Pride this year in Korea, but I don't know. I think it's gonna be another matter of me checking online to see like on like the petitioning day or whatever. If they were being like blocked again by the conservative groups that always try to like apply to take up that space. Like it's so ridiculous because it happens every fucking year and you'd think they would just give up, but no. Oh, here's the boarding method one. Let's look at this one. I couldn't see the highway one. I might just be blind because I also can't like multitask. So, not blind. I might be like bad at multitasking, and then that's why I couldn't see it. Highway numbering system. As a Californian, I feel like I should care, but since I don't drive, I don't understand.
Open the gates like funneling cattle into a chute. That's not for us. We're primates after all. So let's put our monkey brains to work to tackle this queue, which is what boarding groups do. Prioritize plainly packing primates precisely. Primarily. Okay, we have a suggestion.
Oh my god.
Into
the alliteration
to front.
Picked in real early.
Is an intuitive solution to fill a cylinder. But there's almost a law of the universe that solutions which are the first thing you think of and look sensible and are easy to implement are often terrible, ineffective solutions. Once implemented, will drag on civilization forever. Cough, voting systems, cough. So it should come as no surprise that this method is not good, and also what most airlines use to board their planes. Let's watch it in action. The first boarding group walks to the back of the plane. Everything is smooth right until the first to go reaches their row and starts to stow. So slow. And for passenger 2, while their seat is in view, there's nothing to do. The aisle's one queue where all cannot but stew.
The rhyming, I love it.
Through. Phew. It's bags. Bags cause most of the delay boarding a flight. Like with this, a full stop stow. When it happens, everyone boarding the plane within and without must wait until one person finishes stowing their bag. Can you feel it? The aggregate lost seconds of human life piling up like a bounty for a delighted reaper? Of course you can.
I mean, people, it's not literally one person, but yeah, I understand what they mean.
Right.
I do.
Boarding groups have a lot of full stop stows and very few of what you want. Pullaways and parallels and parallels.
Okay, the visual shows that.
Pullaways turn one queue into two, and parallels decrease total bag stow time and are super satisfying. The rare triple partner parallel invoking a double high five at the sheer pleasure of its efficiency. But loading
Very
back
English
front
teacher.
lets few of these happen. Now, Say you weren't just not good at designing boarding groups, but you were malicious and wanted to maximize the amount of human life wasted
Oh my
on
God.
flight. What would you do?
Why would anyone?
Not back to front, but front to back. The smaller the boarding group, the better. This makes almost every tedious shuffle forward result in a full stop stow because most of the line waits by rows already full or outside the plane. Look familiar? This is where we acknowledge the class structure of airplanes. Real planes look like this, and first class boards first, front to back, before the proeconomy file in back to front. So excluding pre-boarding, all airlines start with a little of the slowest boarding method you could intentionally design. Now, obviously, this video will soon reveal faster boarding procedures, and you will wonder, why don't airlines use the faster methods? One possible answer is economic incentives. First class pays for perks, sometimes breathtaking perks for breathtaking amounts, and boarding first is one of them. Also,
Boarding
airlines
first,
give
getting off
everyone
first, I
loyalty
understand.
points that move you up the class structure the more you fly with that airline, which gives airlines another good reason to group people and probably helps explain why they switched away from the older, faster method you won't believe they used to use.
Hey everyone, plane's here. Go ahead.
Doing nothing and having people board the flight
Oh my
in
God.
whatever order they show up to get their assigned seat is faster than organizing tidy boarding groups. This is because random people are spread, well, randomly, increasing the chances of pullaways and parallels, unlike the more orderly methods.
I understand this for sure, but I think it would give me anxiety.
Airlines have switched to. Man, it's always frustrating to know that to literally have done nothing would be faster than the something that is done. But surely there's a better boarding group order to be found if we can just subtract malice and add thinking to this problem. 3 groups. Window, middle,
That's so
aisle,
funny though, just to
inbound.
imagine it.
This is really the same as doing random thrice, one for each column of the craft, but the reason it's a smidge faster is because it eliminates the other source of boarding delay.
Window,
seat
middle,
shuffles.
aisle. Ooh.
When people board randomly, seat shuffling is going to happen a bunch, and when people spill into the aisle, it slows the queue. Ordering everyone by window, middle, aisle ensures a seat shuffle will never happen. This seems like it should be a big improvement, but when you simulate boarding an aircraft with a ton of real math, rather than just animating it in a dramatically simplified fashion, or do actual experiments, the seat shuffle just isn't a big deal compared to bag stowage. People wrangling their one bag that won't possibly fit, or trying to get on board with 3 bags because they don't think the rules should apply to them, who then also fiddle around with getting their laptops out after stowing them, those kinds of delays count for much more. So window middle aisle is maybe a smidge faster than random, which is good, and some airlines use this method, which gets their planes turned around faster than back to front, while still giving them boarding groups to play games with. The vast majority of airlines use either back to front or window middle aisle, so keep an eye out next time you're boarding a flight for which is happening to you. But can we go farther? Leaving the real world with its class systems and people and untidiness and smells, ascending to the platonic plane of physics, where cows are spheres and people cellular automaton who will execute instructions perfectly. Here in the Celestia, what is the theoretically fastest way to board a plane? On this level, here is what's possible.
Celestia. Celestia mentioned. Stefan perfect. Interesting. Please explain. My brain doesn't want to figure out what's happening.
To achieve this ballet, there are no boarding groups, but everyone stands in an exact order, back to front in alternating rows on alternating sides, windows in. This maximizes pullaways and parallels, pristinely packing people.
That's a lot of math, though.
Witnessing such glory is too much for mortal minds to bear for long, so we are forced to descend back down into the meat world, the cacophony, the smell, where we must stuff monkeys into a tube, monkeys with families, where separating their young invites chaos and cleanup, where economic incentives divide to profit, and where, even at their best, the human inability to follow instructions is breathtaking.
That's really true. I was gonna say, like, that sounds like a great system, but you would have people fuck it up because they don't follow directions.
Here, people, upon seeing boarding group 123, would flip the hell out, let alone
Because I see it happen all the
possibility
time.
of trying to get
Like,
them
as
to
a
stand
rule
in line
follower,
in order,
it
and where,
sticks
even
out to
if
me when I see
faster,
people
like
break the
watching
rules.
seconds of the clock, people would complain it was slower. Such gifts we were not.
But what was my seat again?
But is there a way we can modify this perfection to improve our lot on this plane?
I bet if
Yes.
Kathy was here right now,
Instead
he'd
of
say this is
exact
why I don't
order,
fly.
Boarding group the first would be all one side of the plane in every other row. Boarding group the second, the other side, then back and back again. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't ask people for more. This shadow of the perfect method has a chance of working in the real world, with benefits like letting humans with families and friends board together, giving airlines boarding groups they can still play with, and still being faster than the current methods. Reaching for perfection, we will always come up short, but perhaps we can manage to get closer in the process.
I feel like this feels like a
Before
video.
you go, let me leave you with an annoying thought. You know how boarding a flight from front to back by row is the slowest possible method? The Reaper method? Well, after your flight, when the plane pulls into the gate and everyone ignores the flight attendant's admonishment to wait until the fastened seatbelt is off to grab their bag, and the door opens, how do we deplane? That's right, front to back, row by row. No slower could we go.
Yeah. So, like, this feels like a video that he definitely made after a difficult flight or a difficult boarding, right? Like, this is one of those videos that you just know was done on a grudge. Which I respect. He definitely wrote this while on an airplane. Yeah. Yeah, it just definitely feels like one of those, and I totally respect that. I understand where that would come from. Because we all have like something that pisses us off so much we want to write an essay about it or something. And if you are like a place that is gonna, you know, be able to turn that into money by putting it in a video, why not, right? While yelling profanities about United. Oh my god. Let me see. Ooh, he's got a series on reservations. All the boarding methods. Oh, footnote how to become a pope, who owns the Statue of Liberty. Oh, I think I've read about that because of because of like certain classes that I teach. I also learn a lot of random stuff because it's like stuff that I might have learned at some point or on the internet or whatever, but it's like stuff that I obviously like don't keep track of or remember. But then like as an adult, I revisit it, right? And I'm like, oh, okay. Like learning about sinkholes. Why the UK election results were the worst in history. Wow. Owns. Oh, America Pox. I see dots. Oh, no dots. No dots. I can't watch that video just because of what I saw there. Are Hong Kong and Macau countries? Oh, that's a controversial topic. You're also an English teacher, different audience, but similar random interests. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I feel like a big part of it is like the videos that I make, aside from the reaction ones, which I just do because it's more like a record, right? Like I post my VODs because it's like a record of my experience with that story. And so that's a different thing. The reactions are too. But the videos that I make an effort to actually like script and write, even the ones that are like the anime, like when I was reviewing the Monogatari series, like episode by episode when they aired the latest season. A lot of that is just like I have thoughts and I need to get them out somewhere, right? So I write an essay about it, and then I'm like, I guess I could make a video out of that. Also, sometimes it's just a matter of like I want other people to like commiserate with. Holland versus the Netherlands. This is interesting. I think you've introduced me to a rabbit hole. How to pronounce Uranus? Guys. This is an important question.
다섯,
셋.
상대를 박살내기 전까지.
Hello, Internet. In my last video about Pluto, you may have noticed that I said aloud the names of...
How did you pronounce it when you were young? When I was young, I knew that it was a funny word to people, but I think I pronounced it as Uranus. So I thought people thought it was funny because of urine, like pee. And then later, when I became an adult, oh, I still have fries. I forgot to eat those. Actually, you know, I'll save these for dinner. I need to put this away real fast. But anyway, like later as an adult, I learned that like there was the other pronunciation of it, and that was also bad. Yeah, it's bad either way. I don't know which one is worse or funnier, but I was like, oh, I see.
of every planet except one, this one. And that was no accident, but rather the result of careful script editing, because where I grew up, I learned that the name of the 7th planet is pronounced Uranus. Of course, to a kid, Uranus sounds an awful lot like your anus, which is how I and everyone else I knew ended up saying the name, which is funny when you're a child, but becomes a bit of a problem when you grow up and try to teach scientific facts about the planet. For example, Uranus has a ring around it. Astronomers have discovered a dark spot on Uranus.
No, not the Uranus jokes.
Uranus is a gas giant. Uranus is surrounded by methane. There is a solution to this problem.
I mean, that's true.
The alternative pronunciation of the name, which goes Uranus. And most scientists in public roles do use this pronunciation. But for me, Uranus is still problematic. Sure, it's better than Uranus, but it's still Uranus. And perhaps I'm just childish, but when someone else
that was
says
my
Uranus,
pronunciation.
I still hear Uranus in my head, and it just draws more attention to the unfortunate name. The tragedy is, it didn't have to be this way. The 7th planet from the Sun is unique because it's the first planet we discovered. For all of human history, the 6th...
It's interesting because, like, I know I think he's gonna get into the root of it, right? Like where it came from, because it's gonna be based on like the Roman gods, right? But and the pronunciation is not exactly the same. So I think that might be where he's going with it. We'll see though. We'll see. But yeah, like I guess like I hadn't like really thought of that before. But yeah,
big enough or bright
then we
enough
would have
to
been
see
able
with
to just
just
say
our
like
limited
something else.
eyes.
Hi,
But the next planet
Mizu.
was too dim to see until our telescope technology got good enough for
How's
British
work going?
astronomer
Are you doing
William Herschel
okay?
to spot it in 1781. Understandably, though, he didn't think he discovered a new planet since
Thank
in
you for the
rise of
birthday
modern
wishes.
humans 50,000 years earlier, until that Tuesday, no one ever had. But discover it he did, and so choose a name he must. And Herschel, being the good subject of the crown that he was, christened his new planet the Georgium Sidus, which means the Georgian star. And the George in that Georgian star was King George III, the reigning monarch.
Okay.
While King George liked the name, the rest of the world did not, and decided that perhaps Herschel wasn't the best guy to name the new planet after all, and quickly decided to come up with
They're like,
alternatives
no.
of their own. One suggestion was Neptune, which is confusing to us now, but at the time, the planet that would become Neptune had not yet been found. A more obvious alternative was to name the planet Herschel, after the man who discovered it. Even in Great Britain, the name the Georgium Sidus proved a bit stuffy for some, so variants like the Georgian planet or just Georgium were also used.
Holiday.
Though never,
Oh,
as
yay.
you
Okay.
might
It's a
have
holiday
heard,
for me too.
George. Side note here, while researching this video, I found a lot of websites claiming that the 7th planet was almost named George, but I was never able to find a primary source for this.
Too, LOL.
As best I could tell searching through documents from the time, no one ever suggested this name. I checked with the Royal Institution, who since 1799 has been promoting science awesomeness from the heart of London and whose videos you should now go watch, and they confirmed the name George was never on the table because to so casually refer to the king at the time would have been disrespectful, and disrespecting a monarch is never a good idea.
Can see that.
Especially one who is slowly losing his mind from a genetic disorder, but that's a story for another time. Anyway, another real suggestion for the new planet's name came from Johann Bode, who suggested the Greek god of the sky. When a colleague of Bode's discovered the 92nd element in 1789, he named it uranium to support Bode's choice and try and end the debate.
Oh.
Perhaps because these two were German, it might not have occurred to them how the word would eventually be corrupted in English. Though it's also hard to know how English speakers in the 1780s and 90s would have pronounced the name. But since the word anus was in the language then, it seems unlikely that this particular pronunciation would have been popular. It may also have been pronounced with a flat A to sound like Uranus, or something more like the Greek name Uranos. These names competed with each
Yeah,
other.
that's what I was thinking. I was like, was the original pronunciation possibly Oranos? And I know that was a very Asianified pronunciation, but I'm Asian and living in Asia. But anyway, like I was like, yeah, the planet could have been named something not Uranus. That would be funny though. What's that planet? Oh, it's George. I do think that would have been very funny. Like, imagine if like that had been, yeah, the planet Uranus. Yeah, Uranus is like, I think, nice, and also that would be the name of the Greek god, right? Because like, and like the others, it would have still been on theme. It would have been on theme, but yeah, like just George. George would have been funny.
Over decades. For example, still in 1823, the
That's just
Encyclopedia
George, don't
Britannica
mind.
lists the planet as Herschel, notes the alternative names, and then proceeds to carefully word the rest of the article to avoid naming the planet again. But you, dear modern viewer, know that eventually these alternatives faded and left this name triumphant, which leaves someone like me with my terrible pronunciation longing for history to have taken a different path. The name Herschel might have made the planet sound a bit like a boring accountant rather than the very interesting planet it actually is, but this would still be a much better name than what we have. Neptune is obviously a fine planetary name, though picking this might have just delayed the problem. Finally, the Georgium Sidus is a bit awkward, and in sillier moments, I wish that Herschel had just been more direct and named it King George, because how fun would that make it to teach kids the list of planets
And that's
today?
King George.
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, King George, and Neptune. In classrooms, such an unusual name would change the planet from a thing to avoid to a starting point for discussions about what makes that planet different, and how astronomy and our view of the universe change and progress over time. But my practical dreams aside, we're stuck with this name, which for me means choosing between the pronunciation which comes naturally and is terrible, or the unnatural, awkward one which is still unsatisfactory. So what's a man to do? In the end, probably follow the lead of the Encyclopedia Britannica and avoid the name when possible, which is a sad fate for the planet in our solar system with such an interesting story to tell.
Uranus.
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 Oh my god, it's just him saying Uranus. That was good. I liked that. Yeah, I honestly like. I feel like it would have been alright if it had just been like pronounced. And it still might have gotten bastardized, to be fair, like to become Uranus, even if it was Uranus, because like English likes to change the pronunciation of things, like sometimes to like such a strong degree, right? Like Heracles becoming like Hercules, right? Like among English speakers specifically, right? So I guess even if we had just named it originally the right name, it probably still would have ended up corrupted. 24 hours of death. Oh, is this the highway one that you were talking about? The simple solution of traffic? Or was it actually about the highways? Oops. Never mind. Maybe I think you did mention something about the numbering system, but I don't think it's that. I don't know. I couldn't see it earlier. But sometimes I miss things because I scroll really fast and I can't multitask. Oh god, this is just people pronouncing Uranus. Oh, an interstate video. If you Google his name in interstate. Okay, let's try that. CGP Gray and interstate. Did you miss? You did, but we can watch it. Don't worry. I did record it, so I'm probably gonna still post trailer reactions because I also did a trailer reaction to Superman, because I love Superman. But if you want to know, like about Wicked, I tried to wait, but I wasn't sure when you were coming in. So at some point I was like, let's just watch it because I'm running out of things to do. But if you want a quick summary, most of it was just me yelling, "I hope they kiss." So yeah. I will post like, and it'll be short too, so it'll be just like the cut. So you'll have access to just the video, and you won't have to go through my entire VOD of today's like lengthy stream. But yeah, like most of it was just me yelling, "I hope they kiss." Wait, we were looking here. Okay, interstate. Here it is. The forgotten code. I don't know why I started scrolling. Obviously, it would have been the first video.
62.8km. What the fuck? 제가 바꿔드리겠습니다. 회원님의 인생.
어떻게 하면 바꿀 수 있는데요?
I think.
왔어, 열려서.
Health club, 24-hour health club. Okay.
The interstate
Wait.
highway.
No way. Hang on a second. Just gonna look up something real fast. There's no way it's that one. Because I was looking at that and I think I have like a pretty decent like sense, I think, for like when a comic is or sorry, not when a drama is based on a webtoon or whatever, right? So let me see if that one is based on a webtoon. And also, if it's the one I'm thinking of. No way. Because the one I'm thinking of is definitely porn. So hopefully it's not based on that webtoon. If it is, maybe it's not, right? Okay. Let's click 원작 없는 순수. Okay. So this one is not based on anything. Okay. Then it might just be because it's short form. Because a lot of those short form ones look like they're like webtoon or based off of a webtoon. Not for, I know. I was like, it surely is not based on that webtoon, right? Okay. They were almost there, but nah. What browser are you using? Oh, I'm using Opera GX. Because I watched enough like videos from streamers that, obviously like Opera GX tends to sponsor like a lot of streamers and stuff and anime people. I watched enough of those that eventually I was like, all right, let me see what's going on with Opera GX, I think. And then I finally like downloaded it, and it's actually pretty nice. I like it. So
Shields hide within them long-forgotten knowledge. As our great ancestors could navigate by the signs in the sky before the creation of the compass, so too before GPS could they navigate by these signs. Come with me and learn how to navigate the constellations created across a continent by the interstate highway system. First are the interstate majors, beginning with I-90 from Seattle to Boston, the longest
for the
and
animated
northernest of all
gown.
the highs. Then the southernest, Jacksonville, Florida to Santa
Oh, Mizu. Okay, I didn't record that because there's no way I'm gonna make a separate video for it. There's no way I'm putting that online, like where people can see it, and that's why my streams get live streams get unlisted. But I'll send you timestamps for the VOD when I unlist the stream. Or when I decided to let chat have a listen to the master on Saturday's audio drama.
Monica, California, I-10. Interstate majors that run east-west are double digits ending in 0. The bigger, the northerner. So, filling in the rest, the next northernest is San Francisco, California to Teaneck, New Jersey, I-80, and the next southernest, Florence, South Carolina to Kent, Texas, I-20. Then Cove Fort, Utah to Baltimore, Maryland, I-70, and Little Rock, Arkansas.
It was all about
to
boys
Fort Worth,
loudly
Texas,
eating
I-30.
chips. Yes,
okay, so
100%.
That one is the most minor of the majors, and it doesn't quite fit as well with the rest, with its diagonality. But I'm confident it's the lone exception and not foreshadowing. Next, Barstow, California to Wilmington, North Carolina, I-40, then I-50 and I-60, which don't exist. See, there are older highways than the interstate system, slower other ways not built to the interstate's book of exalted construction codes. These are called U.S. highways.
I thought it was
or
banking.
US routes, the most famous of which is Route 66.
Yeah,
and these
remember
use
who
the
said
United
that?
States
Remember who
numbered
said
highway system,
boys
which put
loudly
the
eating
old
chips?
US
And
Route
remember
50
how
and 60
Beck
right in the
normally
middle.
speaks
The
about these
Department
things.
of Transportation knew that only the most devout roadway
Spoiler
parents
alert,
would be
it
attuned
is
to the
spanking.
difference between interstates and routes, and normals would simply look
There
at the
was
number.
spanking.
To simplify everyone's
And more.
life, DOT skipped interstates 50 and 60 to avoid minds getting muddled in the middle of America. That's the east-west interstate majors covered. Now on to north-south, the longest of which is Maine to Miami, Florida, I-95, which, like all majors, no exception surely, are double digits, but ending in 5 now to indicate verticality. On the opposite coast, San Diego,
You took it literally.
California to
Understandable.
Washington is
I think I
I-5.
would
Okay,
have
so
too.
already that's not double digits, but maybe officially it has a leading 0, but just not on the signs? line, right, Department of Transportation? No? Okay, well, then
They
I-5
snack
has
so
a leading
much.
0 in our hearts. The rest of the north-south
Somebody's
interstate majors
snacking
are
on
Petersburg,
something.
Virginia to Montgomery, Alabama, I-85, a bit of a sister route to
Oh my
I-30,
God.
San Diego, California to Sweetgrass, Montana, I-15, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan to Hialeah, Florida, I-75, Las Cruces, New Mexico to Buffalo, Wyoming, I-25, then I-45 from Houston, Texas to Dallas, Texas. Contrary to popular belief, interstates don't have to be interstate interstates. They can be intrastate interstates. The obvious
What?
examples are Hawaii and Alaska, which have intrastate interstates,
Oh,
but
I mean-
also Puerto Rico, which has an extra-state intrastate? I mean, I guess technically it's an extra unincorporated territory? Anyway, these three being physically disconnected from the rest
Trouble
of the
getting the
network
chip
using
back to
different
open one of them
numbering
had to
systems
slap the
and
bag a bunch of
letters.
times.
But back on the continent, there are in fact way more intrastate interstates than interstate interstates. Most are the interstate minors we will get to, but I-45 is notable for being the only interstate major that's intrastate. Finishing up the north-south majors, it's Texas again in Laredo to Duluth, Minnesota, I-35, then Chicago, Illinois to La Place, Louisiana,
Back's narration
I-55, and finally hop over to Mobile,
of this,
Alabama,
and they had to get out
Gary, Indiana
scissors.
on
Oh my
I-65.
God.
Together, the interstate major constellation with its shining
Yes, a very
numbers
special
lets you
pair of
navigate
scissors
the nation.
that
The
uses
lower the
3
numbers, the more
blades.
south and west you are, the higher north and east. If it ends in 0, you're traveling horizontally, and if it ends in 5, vertically. Very satisfying. Now, there are scores of lesser connecting constellations as well. These are interstate minors and use 3 digits to communicate their navigational secrets. Interstate minors diverge from
3
the
blades and
major have
hopefully
their
lose.
last 2 digits match the major from whence
I
they
don't even
came.
know.
Then, if the first digit is even, it means the interstate minor will eventually connect back to its parent major. For example, as I-70 crosses the nation, I-670 diverts in Kansas City, Missouri, but
Ah.
eventually circles back to connect to I-70 in Kansas City, Kansas. Even-numbered minors are often called bypasses when they bypass something, or beltways when they encircle something. An interstate minor that starts with an odd
Oh my
number
God.
warns that it will not connect
This sounds
back
so
to its parent.
complicated.
This is called a spur. Example, as I-90 goes past
You don't know how to
Buffalo,
interpret the scissors
I-190
part?
diverges, and the odd digit lets you know you won't be coming back, instead plunging one way.
Yeah,
into
duh.
the
Yo,
wild
you'll see.
Canada.
You'll see.
Nice. Though sometimes a spur won't just
Finally
go
got to the
nowhere,
chips. There was a
it will
lot of
instead
moaning 'cause they
connect
tasted
back
so
to another
good.
interstate major. In this case, which of the double digits are used as the base of the triple? And the answer is there isn't a consistent answer. It's up to the states. So that's interstate majors and minors, but there's also interstate mediums like I-64 from Wentzville, Missouri to Chesapeake, Virginia, and I-29 from Kansas City, Missouri to Pembina, North Dakota. The interstate mediums follow the same numbering pattern as the majors, all 2 digits, if we keep those leading zeros in our hearts, evens east-west, odds north-south. All in order too, except for I-99, which is so annoying. DOT, why did you do this? What? Congress specifically picked 99 out of order for this highway, so Congress is the only one who can fix it? Ugh. Well, let's just try to ignore that and move on. The interstate majors are all uniquely numbered, but not so with the mediums. There's an I-76 from Big Springs, Nebraska to Denver, Colorado, and another I-76 from Belmar, New Jersey to
my
Akron,
God.
Ohio. Sandwiched between the majors I-90 and I-80 are duplicate medium I-84s, I-86s, I-87s, and I-88s. The rule is that as long as the duplicates are far enough away to avoid muddling minds, it's fine. There are also loads of duplicate interstate minors, which there have to be if you think about it. Take I-95, which crosses 15 densely populated states. To only have 9 options for spurs and bypasses would be rather limiting. In fact, just Maryland alone has an I-195, 295, 395, 495, 595,
Oh.
695, 795, 895, and really? Ugh, so close. DOT, you've got to build an I-995 in Maryland just to complete the set for me, please. So that's the system, but as we've already seen with interstate mediums, anything built over decades is going to acquire exceptions.
Oh my
and
God.
taking a little detour to my home interstate, I-495, aka
They
the
finally
Long
got
Island
the chip
Expressway, aka
out of
the
place.
LIE, don't dare call it the lie or
That-
locals will laugh at you. This is the spinal spur of the Long Island fish, never connecting back to its parent I-95 because Long Island is an island. But as a one-way spur, it should start with an odd digit, not an even, and it really should be a 2-digit interstate medium because it technically doesn't connect to I-95 at all, rather just dropping you off in Midtown Manhattan with an LOL buddy, good luck finding the Lincoln Tunnel. I guess the LIE is a lie after all. A worse exception on the other coast in San Francisco is Interstate 238, which the number tells you should be a bypass off of I-38, but no, I-38 doesn't exist. I-238 is a one-
I'm wondering if I'm having such a hard time following this because I don't drive. Like, for some reason, this video has been the hardest one to follow. It could be the many numbers. It could also just be that I just don't, like, my brain shuts off because, like, this involves traffic. Why is it so complicated? I think he's trying to explain the system, but I'm having a hard time following his explanation, and it could just be like my brain has shut off due to a lack of interest. I just don't drive.
One-way spur connecting
'Cause
two
America's
other
stupid.
interstate minors, I-580 and I-880. So I don't even know what's going on here. There's also some weirdly one-off numbering, such as I-35, which splits into I-35 East and I-35 West to reach Fort Worth and Dallas before
Good
rejoining
night,
and
Beck. Are you
pulls
going
the
to
same
bed?
trick up north, dividing in twain east-west branches again to hit the Twin Cities.
Yeah, it is
Why
like
wasn't
really
just
late now
one
for you.
of the
Thank you for
branches
sticking
on
around
each
for
end
so
picked
long,
to
'cause
be
it
the
is very
bypass so
late.
that the system could be consistent? Was it because the cities didn't want to be the one considered bypassed? That's totally the reason, isn't it? The weirdest one off is the nice I-69, which splits itself into I-69 East,
Funny number.
I-69 West, and I-69C. Okay, you do you, I-69. At least you have a sign, unlike back in New York with America's
CGP
smallest
Grey
interstate,
is too interesting. It
878,
is
at
interesting.
just under a mile, which apparently doesn't deserve a sign, so the interstate anoraks can never complete their selfie collection. Okay, that's enough exceptions. I could do this all day. I already cut so many from the script you wouldn't believe it. Back to the big, beautiful, constructed constellation
Oh my
and its
God.
lost wayfinding ways, now revealed so that
Oh, wow.
as your ancestors before you navigated by the sky, you too can go on an American road trip navigating by the interstate numbers alone.
That's crazy. That was very confusing. I think for somebody like me. Okay. Okay. How are you doing though, Mizu? I know you said that it's your day off. Were you? Let me see. You mentioned what you had been doing. Okay, just chilling. Go out later. Well, why do you hate your boss? I'll babble. So I have like the plan was just to do whatever today, honestly. So I was kind of like, okay, I that's why I pulled up a ton of stuff in case like there was like downtime or anything, in the sense that like there's no one to talk to. But we ended up talking a lot and watching stuff. But in case, just in case, I was like, okay, I'll just turn it into a work with me stream. In which case, perfectly fine if I like, look up the stuff that I need for the video that I want to make about the latest what's it called? Like a amicus brief, right? I have so many things open. But I'm just opening that right now just to get it like up for myself. I don't think we're gonna look at that exactly. And mostly like I just need to get the document for the brief itself up and the letter so that I can just, it's really just a lot of screenshotting at this point, right? Because all I'm really doing is explaining the brief. But I got like a pro Baldoni, or I probably a couple, because they have like received some likes as well for their comments. Oh, I think they replied again. You're gonna be lost there? Oh, for sure. But America's also very big. I don't know if you would want to take like a trip like that if it's like your first time. It is interesting that the amount of likes that always shows up for them is 4, that it makes me wonder if this is like another bot. But let me see. Sorry. Yeah, they're dumb. Okay. Let me see. Just ignore them if their comments don't make sense. I don't know because it is my video. So I feel like they weren't being like horribly rude, right? But I am going to like call them out for their lack of logic because I do think like letting people just get blocked or whatever, like depending, right, on the circumstances. If they're being rude, I will just block them. If they just say Lively's a liar, I'll just block them. But if it's like literally like you're trying to make an effort to present an argument and it's just not a good argument, I feel like there's a benefit to replying to some of that, right? Usernames with nonsensical numbers tagged at the end of the name are bots. Yeah, sometimes they are. But I feel like there's also a certain generation of people that do that, right? And I have seen this username around though, in other like, you know, what's the word? Other videos. My God, English, where like this stuff has been brought up, right? And that response, like as you can see, even typing that response wasn't that hard because it's really easy to just point out like what they're saying doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Or they're misapplying or misunderstanding the situation and misapplying them. But yeah, anyway, sorry, off on a tangent. What was I doing before? Now I don't remember. But yeah, so like somebody was replying to me about that, and it's just like I feel like their responses are just kind of like they did start off like attacking my research, I guess, but it's like it's kind of just a weak attack because I know how much research I put into this, right? Because I'm always yapping to you guys about it, and I feel sometimes bad that I like can't stop talking about it because like I'm like it because it's a special interest, right? So I'm like I know I'm very obsessed, right? So that's why I'm like I don't think that it's like like a thing that like bothers me, right? In the sense that like oh they say I'm not like no, they clearly just have no understanding. And also like usually that type of general statement without actually looking at the without an effort to actually argue anything that I've mentioned usually means that you know they don't have much to say about it. And even their response was just now was very like, I would say something about how they should like investigate why they feel like Lively is lying without investigating the main issue, which is Baldoni's defamation lawsuit, blah, 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 blah. But all they try to do is turn that around, is like, why are you pro Lively? You know? And it's like, yeah, you don't have you don't have really a brain that critically thinks. You know? Let me see. This is Cypher. I don't think I'm gonna watch that though. I don't know. I'm just not that interested until Finon comes out. Like I don't really have a desire to watch that. Caleb's birthday is coming up. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I know that like it's not everybody is like following this case, but there is like a really big development that happened that I just feel like I wanted to mention, because it's like I really think legally Lively's team is winning for sure, right? So I want to talk about this thing that happened today, because it just feels like this could be a big issue for Justin Baldoni's like lawyer, right? So since like not everyone is like going to be keeping up with this case or knows the details, I will give like a little bit of background about this and why it matters, right? So in Justin Baldoni's defamation lawsuit, he included text message screenshots. And one of those text message screenshots was with a Daily Mail reporter who said something along the lines of, she didn't tell me anything about what was going on with Blake and Baldoni, but now she's saying that she was sexually assaulted, right? And that message, now she's saying she was sexually assaulted, is one of the statements of defamation that Justin Baldoni is claiming as like a basis for his defamation lawsuit. Okay? And that was with a Daily Mail reporter. The same Daily Mail reporter has tried to avoid a subpoena for his text messages because he was obviously subpoenaed because they would need proof that like that communication had happened, right? And I think like that wasn't going his arguments. He wasn't feeling as secure in his arguments or something like that. So he seems to have decided on a different strategy to keep himself out of this case, at least in the worst way, right? And so he made this declaration to the court. And I'm going to look at this declaration, okay? I, James Vituska, declare as follows. I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth herein. So, he's aware of sending in this. Obviously, he signed his name to it. I am the Daily Mail reporter that authored the text messages that appear at paragraph 193 in the Wayfarer Party's amended complaint in this action. In those text messages, my use of the phrase sexually assaulted was a mistake. I meant to say sexually harassed. I regret this error. So first, he's already saying that the statement was like inaccurate. But then further, this phrase was in reference to the allegations in the complaint that Blake Lively filed with the Civil Rights Department in California. This phrase was not in reference to any conversation that I had with Leslie Sloan. So now he is saying that this was in reference to Blake Lively CRD, which is protected speech as a legal like document, right? As something stated in legal documents. So it can't be used as a basis of defamation. Then goes on. Miss Sloan never told me that Miss Lively was sexually harassed or sexually assaulted by Justin Baldoni or anyone else. The Wayfarer parties and their counsel did not consult me about what I meant by my use of the term sexually assaulted. I did not authorize the Wayfarer parties or their counsel to include my text messages in their filings. I regret that private text messages were made public. Now he's adding that the Wayfarer parties did not do their legal due diligence by even clarifying what he meant by that statement. They just used it without even his permission. So that's not good for them, right? Because like, at least in terms of like the legal practice, they were not thorough. And like that means that there's like they open themselves up. I think, I mean, this I'm not a lawyer on this one, so this one don't trust me completely, but I think this means that they could now be liable, like if somebody pursues it anyway, you know, to have like engaged in like using this text message like maliciously, you know, without actually like thinking it's true, right? And just using it as like a means of like pursuing a defamation case. But I don't know for sure because I think that's up to the lawyers to sort out, right? And then Leslie Sloan submitted this letter where basically they withdraw the subpoena, which was probably the deal they made with him, right? Because the Sloan parties and Vituska have reached an agreement wherein Vituska furnished a sworn declaration stating that Miss Sloan never told me that Miss Lively was sexually harassed or sexually assaulted by Justin Baldoni or anyone else. The text messages were therefore a mistake, the truth of which the Wayfarer parties never confirmed prior to their filing their complaints. He's also agreed by June 23rd to produce his communications, in which Brian Friedman, that's Baldoni's lawyer, is a party for the time period of July 2024 throughout January 16, 2025. So he's also, like, the reason they're withdrawing their subpoena is because he has agreed to just produce the communications, like, without one. And we'll see what turns up from that. But that looks to me like a pretty big win for Lively, like at least like for one of like, you know, the Lively team, I guess, because Leslie Sloan is just like one of the Lively parties that is being sued, because like they're gonna have to drop the, like, I don't think they have another basis for their defamation claim against her, so they're probably gonna have to drop that claim if the man who wrote the text himself is saying that she never said that, right? So you heard someone from your sis's TikTok that T Swift and BL are not friends, but then proceeds to present speculative stuff as evidence. Yeah, I'm so glad that you recognize that too, because a lot of people, and I knew you would, right? Because like you're able to look at like the evidence for what it is, even from a biased source, which is good. But like a lot of people just kind of take that speculative evidence as like fact, right? Even though like it's from tabloids and whatnot, because they just have like this weird trust in them. And I think like, yeah, it's like, I think even if Taylor Swift was not friends with Blake Lively anymore over this case, that's not a good like look for her, right? So I really doubt any of her fans would be spreading that information. And it does seem like most Swifties, from what I know, like, and I'm not like deep into the Taylor Swift fandom or anything, but just from what like I hear from people who are, right? Like most Swifties seem to be like either just pro Taylor Swift, or like full like pro Blake, because they trust that, you know, she would, after having filed her own sexual harassment lawsuit, like on principle, right? Like they trust that she would believe, you know, her best friend and stand by her, right? Especially with like evidence that is just like there's really no evidence against Blake Lively. It's just people willing to take the word of this man, even when in those words he is lying, like he is showing you that he's lying, right? Which is what you get from like comments like this, where they're like, she doesn't have a case, and I'm like, well, tell me what like part of her thing doesn't have a case. But also like that's not even the point. The point is he doesn't have a case for his defamation lawsuit, right? Yeah, like it's very interesting. like, I don't know the exact quote, but I've seen it floating around because of this case, where Taylor Swift said something about like people don't know how far she will go just to make a point, right? I think we kind of have some idea because of the lawsuit that she filed for like, you know, claiming only damages of $1, but needing the truth to be out there, right? And Blake Lively said something very similar at her Time 100 honoree, like introduction or whatever, right? Where she gave a short speech, or a longer speech, I guess, where she said that people underestimate I think something like the threshold or something like that for like how much women are willing to endure in order to like just like the threshold that like women are willing to like endure, right, and suffer through to persist for like a good cause, right? And I don't know, to me, I'm like, I feel like they echo each other in that regard for a reason, you know. Also, Taylor Swift's representative Tree, PR representative Tree, has released one statement when Taylor Swift was subpoenaed, and I think it was a very carefully crafted statement. But I think if you look at the statement and you break it down, it looked like she is supporting Blake in this case. It looks like if she has picked a side, it's Blake. And again, it's like one of those things where I honestly, like, if she didn't, I wouldn't have an issue with calling that out. So it's not like I'm saying it just because I want her to be on Blake's side. I really don't care, right? Because it's not like I need Taylor Swift to be a good person. But when I look at the statement and I break it down, it's like, yeah, this seems like she is supporting her friend, you know? It's sad that people bring up their friendship as a sign that he's telling the truth. What kind of mental gymnastics is that? It's all speculative. Yeah. Like, it is like a lot of issues, because I think people bring up their relationship because it diverts from the conversation, because it's easier to, it's more like juicy and more fun to gossip about women having a cat fight, right? Than it is to talk, like, for people apparently, about this man who possibly has like committed sexual harassment, right? But there's that, like, so there's that issue, but there's the other issue that even if they did have a rift in their friendship, that wouldn't necessarily mean that Baldoni is telling the truth, right? That could just mean that Taylor Swift abandoned her friend, which, again, not a good look for her, and I don't think that it is true, right? So it's kind of like forcing the reading that you want, right? To even say that the state of their friendship has any relation to who is telling the truth in this case. It's a huge leap of logic, and I think people don't like understand that, or they are willfully trying to ignore that. So, and yeah, and it is all speculative. Like they literally can't know, right? One document I wanted to look at is, so Child USA. What is this? I'm just gonna quickly skim. Oh, Judge Lyman. I don't know how to pronounce the judge's name. I'm so sorry. He made an order, like he actually issued a judgment on something. So I'm gonna look at that later. But I think it's another thing that is like a win. I just need to look at the details, because I don't want to, like, you know, summarize something without really being sure about it. Because I don't like to spread misinformation if I can, you know. But Child USA filed a separate amicus brief, again in support of Civil Code 47.1, or what I've just been calling AB 933. And I'm going to do a video on that. It's already scripted, and it's going to be shorter, thank God, because the last video was way too long. But the same day I wrote my script, another thing came out, right? amicus brief was filed. And this one has quite a lot of signees, basically a lot of people, organizations, right? Signed to this one, right? And they drafted it, like, I guess, like together, or maybe not drafted together, but basically like they signed on to it, right? And this one, I think, was filed by, I'm trying to see if I can find the list. Because it was like a big amount of people. Is this the document? Oh yeah, maybe this one is to their letter. Oh, this one's Child USA. Oh, I'm glad I have that one available. My God, it's so hard to like keep track of all these documents. I should probably rename some of these as well, right? This one, that's just the list of authorities. Where is the actual list of who? Oh, these look, okay, maybe this is the Child USA one. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. Because I know that, like, at some point they list... Oh, yeah, this is the Child USA one. Okay, so I just have two Child USA ones open. Oh, right, that's because one is the letter. Okay, is it this one? Where is it? Sorry. Oh, Sanctuary for Families. Sanctuary for Families. But I swear they also, like, have a bunch of other people that signed on to it, even though it was submitted by Sanctuary for Families. Right? And so basically it's just like, if a shit ton of this, like, people, like, of these people and organizations are basically like, you know, filing like in favor, like, or to argue, right, for this law, I think it's going to be really hard for the judge to ignore that. And he has every discretion to, but I think he'll be able to, like, I think it'll be difficult for him to justify ignoring it, right? If this many organizations have kind of signed on. Oh, here it is. Oh God, I was like, where's the list? Here it is. So this list has 13 people. And so I think at this point, there's like 16 or 19, like, sorry, not people, organizations, right? Like 16 or 19 organizations that have basically submitted an amicus brief, which is a big number, right? And the thing is, they're not arguing for Blake Lively, and that's the thing. I think people are also missing the point. This is not an argument for Blake Lively specifically. It is an argument in the interest of survivors, and it is an argument for, like, maintaining the constitutionality and enacting this law that would punish people who file defamation claims as a form of retaliation, which I think is fair, right? I think if you're using a lawsuit to get your revenge on somebody, and it's not like the intent is not to win it, not to gain anything, but just to torture them, I think that should be thrown out. I think that type of litigation is a sham, right? And I don't understand, like, why some people, well, I know why, right? Because they don't want to focus on that. It's not interesting. They want to focus on, you know, who's telling the truth. It's easier for them to think of it as like a personal, like a fight between two people. But they don't understand that this is a bigger case than that. Because this is about, this is part of a movement, which is the Me Too movement, right? It is a part of an attempt to change a system that has allowed sexual harassment in the workplace to go unaddressed, you know? Let me see. Correlation does not equal causation. It could be that if ever their friendship is rocky because of this, Taylor would want to remove herself from it to not muddy the water for her reputation. But it doesn't mean the Baldoni is telling the truth. Yeah, exactly. Like they're not related, right? So even if like Taylor Swift was, yeah, just like for whatever reason, not like seeing Blake Lively these days, that's none of our business, right? And also unrelated to the case. Yeah, so many talk. Yeah, and it's and that's the thing. That's why like I'm not really like that concerned with somebody telling me that I'm not well researched enough in this topic. Because I doubt that they're actually reading any of these with the level of like scrutiny that I am. And I know that like I am more biased towards the cause of these organizations who are submitting their amicus briefs, but I don't think that's a bad thing either, because respecting the work of people who are trying to represent all survivors and victims, I don't think that's a bad thing, right? And being biased towards them is not bad. Being like I am obviously like pro Blake, but I'm not pro Blake because I'm a Blake Lively fan. I am now, I think, because I've learned so much about her during all of this. But I think like this has always started for me as an issue of I don't like to see the misogyny that is weaponized to harm women's reputations in order to keep them silent. And that's a bigger issue. That's not an issue that's just about Blake Lively, right? I didn't take on like the interests of these parties, like of these parties submitting their amicus briefs because of Blake Lively. Like I took an interest in Blake Lively's case because this stuff has always been like what I have like a passion and interest and care for, right? And so like to disregard like all of like that like knowledge and that I already have would be like a disservice. So and I want to be able to correct misinformation, because that's what her lawyer is, or not her, his lawyer, Baldoni's lawyer, is trying to do, is spread a lot of misinformation, like by calling this law unconstitutional, because he ultimately just doesn't want Baldoni to have to pay. Like if his lawsuit gets dismissed, he's gonna have to pay Blake Lively 3 times the amount of damages. And that is that's gonna be pretty shitty for him. I don't know if the judge will like really do that, like go that far. I would love it though. Um That's huge. Yeah, like this is like a lot. So, oh yeah, I was gonna look through the list. I forgot. So we have first Sanctuary for Families. We also have the National Organization for Women Now, which is a pretty big one. I think a lot of people have probably heard of it who are like American. We have like National Organization for Women New York City specifically, and Women's Justice Now. We also have New York Cyber Abuse Task Force. We have Her University, which is a survivor-led and empowers young women through holistic development. We have Women's Equal Justice Organization, another advocacy organization. New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault. We have Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, the National Network to End Violence or Domestic Violence. Esperanza United, which mobilizes Latinas and Latinx, I guess, communities to end gender-based violence. New York State Anti-Trafficking Coalition, Her Justice, which is another advocacy group for women living in poverty in New York City, and Urban Resource Institute. Yeah, you get that. Personally, you're not a fan of Blake, but you do want her to win. Yeah, exactly. Like it's not about being a fan of her or not, right? And I started this being in a very like similar place as like you or probably anybody else who just isn't like who's not interested in Blake Lively. Like I wasn't like I hate her, but I didn't care much. I thought she and Ryan had like cute interactions on Twitter back when I was like on my original main account, but it's not like I really had like a vested interest to watch all her movies or anything, right? But but yeah, like I like seeing what was happening to her was really hard to ignore that we had seen it before. We had seen it with Amber Heard. And like um I wasn't paying attention to the Amber Heard case. I mentioned this earlier on stream. I wasn't paying attention to that case at the originally because I think what made me uncomfortable was that it was so hard to get an unbiased point of view. And all I was seeing was misogyny. So like it was kind of like people had forgotten the main point of her case and were more satisfied to like or sorry, not satisfied. They were more like I guess willing to just focus on ways to humiliate her, right? And I didn't like that, and I think that's why like I was like I'm just going to stay away from that because seeing that makes me uncomfortable, right? But I kind of wish that I had like paid more attention. But seeing what was happening with Blake Lively like being very similar, I kind of was just like I was uninvolved before. I don't think I can look at it happening again though and stay out of it. Because yeah, like if with Amber Heard losing, if she loses too, then a lot of assaulters might be emboldened to continue. Yes, exactly. And that is the point of a lot of these amicus briefs. Their argument is because these retaliatory defamation lawsuits are just an excuse to silence victims so that perpetrators can continue with their abuse, right? By, moving on to someone else. I think that, yeah, more perpetrators will be emboldened because they've, like, especially wealthy ones, right? They will have the means and they will have an okay from the legal system to continue doing what they're doing because basically these defamation lawsuits will be taken more seriously than these women's allegations, right? Or these people's allegations, right? Because it's not always just women. So it's not good, right? And it can do real harm to not like enact and enforce this like consequence if they decide to throw out his case. And they should really throw it out because he really doesn't have a case. Like I think lawyers and judges are also people, and I think that there are going to be people who deliberately just don't care about victims or whatever. And I don't understand that. I just don't understand how you could like look at like whatever, but like I think some people justify like that false neutrality with that false neutrality, right? Of like, oh, we have to hear out both sides. They both deserve a right to, like say their side of the story or whatever, right? Without like really understanding that that's not what's happening with these defamation lawsuits, right? And then they kind of ignore what that puts like real survivors and victims through in the discovery process. And so I understand that could be what happens and his lawsuit isn't thrown out, even though it does look ridiculous on the surface, right? But with context and information like this from the amicus briefs and with a judge who is fair enough, he would read it, right? With a judge who is hopefully fair enough. And Lyman does seem to be pretty fair enough so far. With a judge who's willing to really look at this, and won't be able to ignore, all of these organizations submitting briefs, then hopefully he'll be able to see Baldoni's lawsuit for what it is. He won't be able to ignore it and can feel secure in dropping it, right? And if he does do that, uh his judgment also, like, you know, lets this fee shifting provision kick in and everything, it would send a great message that, like, there are laws since Me Too that are aimed at protecting survivors, and that, like, will allow survivors, um like or like show survivors that they do have support, and it may be worth it to tell their stories. And it also will hopefully discourage other people from using the law in this way to punish survivors for speaking out. Okay, so that's why, like, I feel like that's such an easy argument that you shouldn't, like, if you are yourself not an abuser, you know, if you are yourself not an abuser, and if you are yourself somebody who understands the many barriers, like, you genuinely understand the barriers that survivors face, I just don't see how that argument isn't enough for you, right? Because it's not like applying that law to Blake Lively, even if you think she's lying, right? Even if you think Blake Lively's lying, allowing that law to still take effect in the event that Baldoni's case is dismissed is not like is still not, like, harmful to whatever you're arguing, even if you think she's lying, right? Because basically what, like, Baldoni's lawyer is trying to say is this law is unconstitutional, but I think there's a lot of reason for this law to exist, right? And I don't know how people can't agree with that. So, and I think the reason that they're choosing to disagree with it is because partially because of misinformation, but another part, I think, is because they don't really care about Blake Lively and, like, the harm that they think that she's doing. They care about punishing a woman that they don't like. And that's also why I think they can be so cruel in their comments about her, without realizing that the way they talk about her indicates how they would talk to any woman they don't think is deserving of like the benefit of the doubt or belief, right? And I think, like, that's because ultimately they don't have victims in mind. They don't care about the challenges that victims face in telling their stories. They just care about this one woman, which is funny because, like, that's what they accuse, you know, pro-lively people about. Just like, oh, you're just fans of pro-lively or something. And it's like, no, because from what I see, most people who are pro-lively are looking at the bigger picture, and most people who are pro-Baldoni are so focused on and fixated on Blake Lively specifically, right? Which is the irony. But I mean, that's just the way things roll, right? Some people are just like that. Jed Wallace has dropped a claim. That's fine. Like, that's good. He's an asshole. But Lyman has made one memorandum in order. And this is also, I think, a really big one. Because it's a wealthy woman as well. Class can make people apathetic. Yes, I do agree. Because a lot of people are saying that, like, a lot of people have said, like Kirsty Flaw makes this one of her arguments. Like, why are you attacking, like, me for all of my misogyny, right? When you should be fighting against, like, Hollywood elites like Blake Lively, right? It's a matter of class. And it's like, you aren't any closer to Justin Baldoni than you think. Like, if anything, he is still high up there in that class of elites, right? He's an actor and director himself. He also has, like, parents who have worked in the industry. He's also a nepo baby to some degree. He's friends with a millionaire or billionaire. Like, yeah, like, this isn't a class fight, right? But yeah, they turn it into that, and I don't think that that's even their real concern, because it's so easy for me to say all the things I just said, right? I think, again, it's one of those things where they say they care about victims, they say they care about class, but what they really are doing is hating on a woman and trying to find reasons to justify that. And if they can't make, the argument like one way, they'll find another way. And the other way is sometimes class issues, right? But yeah, this is like definitely more than a class issue. Okay. So much yapping, sorry. Okay. So Joneswork LLC, Stephanie Jones collectively moved for a protective order prohibiting Wayfarer parties from enforcing a subpoena. The motion is granted. So basically, his side tried to issue a subpoena into their security company, Edgeworth Security Services, because this company provided the text messages from Jennifer Abel's phone that Lively uses in her complaint to demonstrate how Baldoni like plotted and planned her retaliation, right? The retaliation campaign, or sorry, the smear campaign against her. And basically the judge said, no, you are not allowed to enforce that subpoena. So that's good, right? Because it was like legal. Joneswork hired Edgeworth with its obtaining legal advice preparing for litigation, argues the documents sought are protected by the attorney-client privilege and the attorney work product doctrine. Wayfarer parties do not dispute that the document it seeks constitute attorney-client communications or attorney work product. They argue the documents are producible under the crime fraud exception. In particular, they assert that Edgeworth falsely imprisoned defendant Jennifer Abel and then improperly obtained her private communications and data. Okay. A party seeking to invoke the crime fraud exception must demonstrate there is probable cause. To believe, okay. A party wishing to invoke the crime fraud exception must demonstrate there is a factual basis for showing of probable cause. Okay. As the Second Circuit has stressed, to properly override the privilege, a court must determine each communication at issue was made in furtherance of a crime or fraud. Fair. But then, so that's just telling you the standard, right? The legal standard. And his response to that with the legal standard in mind is the Wayfarer parties have not demonstrated that the crime fraud exception applies. For one, the Wayfarer parties do not even attempt to argue that any particular communications that has been withheld was in furtherance of the conduct that they argue was criminal. Joneswork has attached a privilege log to its motion for protective order. The log reflects that the communications regarded requests for and reports of pre-litigation consulting and forensic services relating to anticipated or ongoing defamation litigation. Many of the communications occurred months before or after Abel was purportedly falsely imprisoned, and the Wayfarer parties have not explained how they could have furthered any such conduct. For another, the Wayfarer parties have not presented evidence to support their allegations that Joneswork committed a crime or fraud, because a party seeking to breach the privilege must provide a factual basis for a showing of probable cause to believe that a fraud or crime has been committed. This in itself provides grounds to reject the Wayfarer parties' argument. So yeah, they have no evidence basically, and he ruled in favor of Joneswork. So yay. Agreed. Yes. Yeah, I feel like the issue itself is not that complicated with this like law. It's not that complicated with the defamation lawsuit. People are just getting off topic, and when they do that, right, they are they're just trying to find a reason to keep believing what they believe without addressing the issue that like other people have confronted them with, right? So that's why like I don't address like when people complain about things that are not related to whatever my topic was or my talking points were. Because definitely there was like that person from before posted like had a whole thing about how she tried to integrate herself into this or that, and it's like, but that has nothing to do with this, right? That's not the point of this law. This law applies to the defamation, the retaliatory defamation lawsuits, not her lawsuit. Which she has also a right to pursue. Anyway, Pop Culture Detective released a video. I also wanted to take a look at. I don't know if we'll finish it necessarily. If we get bored of it, we'll just stop, you know. But generally, Pop Culture Detective does pretty good work. And this video is titled "The Myth of the Alpha Male."
Let's start with a very simple fact. There's no such thing as an alpha male.
Why are my subtitles in Japanese? That's so random. Why are my subtitles in Japanese? Oh my god. I can't.
It's a false myth with no basis in biology or science. That fact, however, hasn't stopped the pseudoscience behind a dominance hierarchy among men from spreading like a virus through our media culture.
Becoming an alpha male means that without saying a word, you're able to project confidence and sexuality simply through your body language.
That's interesting, right? Because I feel like it's obviously alpha males don't necessarily exist in like the biological standpoint, but I do feel like it's a framework that patriarchy has kind of adopted, right, to suit its own purpose of perpetuating its system, right? So it was appropriated because it works, like for the purpose of patriarchy, but it's obviously not a real thing. And so it is like, it is a social construct.
While you'd expect to hear the term from performatively macho grifters
Alpha male's a state of mind.
insecurities of young men,
Oh my god.
Are put on this earth to hunt women.
Oh god, gross.
And even though women deny it, they want to be hunted.
Ew.
They need it. It's part of our biological imperative as animals.
the alpha male myth is also commonly invoked
The
in
side eye.
movies.
We all big guys. The three of us. Alphas.
Television shows.
In the information age, Sheldon, you and I are the alpha males.
And children's media.
You're not the alpha. I'm the alpha.
No, I'm the alpha.
No.
So
Gross, right? It
rather
sounds
than spend our
disgusting
time
just to hear it.
analyzing these screeds of creepy pickup artists or reactionary influencers, in this video, we will instead examine the alpha male myth as filtered through Hollywood, focusing on how mainstream pop culture, often inadvertently, primes young men to embrace a fictional form of predatory manhood. First things first, we need to start by reiterating that the myth of the alpha male has been thoroughly debunked. The term alpha male dates back to studies of wolves in zoos from the 1940s and 50s. But the concept didn't really take off in the public imagination until a few decades later, when biologist David...
Oh my god. I had a flashback okay, not flashback. I was like sitting here just kind of like, you know, taking this in and being like, oh, I knew that, you know, like about like the kind of the origins. And then I was like, how do I know that? Right? My brain jumped into like what's the memory that's associated with that? And I realized that I'm pretty sure that I learned about a lot of that from Lindsay Ellis's video on Omegaverse. And I'm like, oh right. The alpha thing is like also like used in like, you know, smutty fan fiction. And I'm like, yeah, man, like you literally could take this myth of the alpha male and apply it to whatever system you wanted, right? Even if the system is just like who gets to fuck who. Like, oh,
David
so
Nish published a book entitled...
And that's why you shouldn't take it seriously.
It quickly became a bestseller, but the underlying research was deeply flawed.
I miss her videos too. I think she's still on
Those old studies
Nebula,
of
right?
wolves
But
in
yeah, I'm
captive
not a
environments
subscriber
seem to show
of Nebula.
males viciously competing for dominance until one
Yeah, she's
took
very
over
funny
as leader
and smart.
and the others submitted
Very well
to his
researched.
rule. Researchers at the time dubbed the most aggressive wolf the alpha male,
Beast of the wild.
and mistakenly concluded that fighting for dominance must be natural wolf pack behavior. Turns out they were wrong. Wolves living in the wild don't employ dominance-based hierarchies. and they don't engage in a vicious competition to dominate other members.
You don't
of
have the
their
extra
own
punch for Nebula.
group.
Yeah.
Wolf packs in the wild are
I also
actually
like
family
don't feel
units.
like I would be able
Pack
to
leaders are
justify
just
getting it for one
parents
person,
raising their offspring.
right?
Researchers now refer to them as the breeding pair. Wolves are, of course, a predator species, but they're also remarkably loving and playful creatures within their packs. It's only within the unnatural environment of captivity, where a bunch of animals from unrelated packs are forced into close proximity, that we see unnaturally aggressive behaviors emerge.
Yeah, I remember this too.
A similar phenomenon occurs with human beings when trapped inside of prison environments.
It's true.
That collar looks good on you.
Good point.
A whole hell of a lot better with your blood on it.
Yeah, good luck with that, Hercules.
And when you really think about it, the alpha male myth obviously makes no sense. Because a pack of animals that's constantly fighting with each other would have a much lower chance of survival in the wild.
Violent displays of dominance and submission are common in every pack, reminding each member of his specific role. Blood is drawn, but
David Misch later admitted that his initial conclusions were wrong, and even tried to get publishers to stop printing his best-selling book.
Too late.
They refused, but it was too late anyway, because the myth of the alpha male had already become entrenched in popular culture.
The trouble with wolves is that sometimes in the fight for dominance, one of them ends up dead.
In that case, the trick is to be the wolf that's still standing at the end.
From there, the alpha male myth was
that's not a
quickly
trick. That's not
misapplied
helpful
to
advice.
all other animal species.
I think the trick is just then to stop
and
fighting.
even dinosaurs. And then finally, misapplied to human nature writ large.
Who's the alpha?
You're looking at him, kid.
At this point,
That's also
I think
crazy,
it's helpful to
right? Like
pause
human people are
and
not
define what is generally meant when someone
wolves.
uses the
Like
term
even if that were
alpha
true.
male today.
It's about pure, unchecked, uncompromised, testosterone-driven male power.
John,
There's no such thing as an alpha male in wolves, but they don't believe you. Yeah, like sometimes like some stuff like that just gets
The
so
myth falsely asserts that there exists a biological
it's like it's one of those like
dominance hierarchy in
common
human
misconceptions, right?
society. One in which men are meant to control women and compete with each other for power and status.
One of these men will be the alpha male after tonight.
The interesting thing that is also I think worth pointing out is like because this doesn't really exist or like and also because women are not necessarily attracted to alpha men, right? Alpha male or aggressive men, right? Ultimately, in like this is how you can also check and see that it is just a tool of patriarchy is to like reinforce this myth, this idea. It keeps men in competition with each other, right? So they don't recognize like that, you know, this thing just isn't true and that there are bigger issues than you know, their personal vanity. But because it keeps men in like competition with each other, it's kind of funny to me that performative masculinity is a largely more for like men performing masculinity for men than actual women, right? Which feels kind of like, which feels gay. Like I'm like, it's kind of just ironic, right? It's like you want to be an alpha male because you want to like be more appealing to women, but if you like look at reality, women aren't that like interested. Who you're really performing that masculinity for is just other men, right? You're trying to make yourself more attractive to other men. And I feel like most people who are, you know, into that, like are not like are very conservative and would not want to like, you know, represent themselves like as that or as doing that, right? And it's like, but it's kind of true. You kind of are, right? I always just think that's funny.
Mentality in which everyone is reduced to either predator or prey.
You got to decide.
It's true. It's like how society pits women with other women to not question or not go against the patriarchy. No, you're right. You're right. And that's the thing, right? So like if we all took a step back and realized that like there are issues beyond our personal like rivalries and stuff. And that's why I want people to take a step back from the Blake thing, because like I think they've made it very personal. They've made it very much about I don't like this woman, me versus her, right? But it's like it's not really about that, right? And if we could just take a step out, like back, we could see that like this is like a bigger issue. And also, like they do that with minorities too, right? That's why like so it's another really important thing to recognize that the myth of the ideal immigrant, or like the perfect Asian, right? It was kind of invented by white people, like the predominantly like powerful like class of race, right? Like in order to keep other minorities like focused on each other and competing with each other, rather than, you know, so that they wouldn't focus on the white supremacy that was much more like a bigger problem, right? So it's very, yeah, the model minority. Thank you. Like I was like, what is the word for that? Model minority. You're right. Yeah, and that's very like it's very fascinating to see how this type of competition and stuff applies in so many different areas where ultimately white supremacy, patriarchy, these systems of oppression are allowed to keep going on because people are so fixated on issues that like are more like they feel more like personal or smaller or like whatever, and they fight with each other, and then as a result they can't fight the real problem, which is, you know, systems that are in place, not individual groups of like people, right?
Whether you're a wolf or a sheep.
According to this worldview, the most aggressive, intimidating, and controlling men should be celebrated as alphas, while any man who expresses emotional vulnerability, practices caregiving, or favors de-escalation
I don't think I've ever seen that.
can be denigrated as a beta male.
You gotta be alpha. Stop all this beta male stuff.
Which is, by the way, another completely made-up term.
Betas aren't real.
Dog, or you can just be a little tiny poodle.
While half the internet seems to wholeheartedly believe in sorting men into various categories based on the Greek alphabet,
I am the alpha dog!
the other half delights in dunking on the absurdity of that belief. But as should be evident by now, simply making fun of something doesn't automatically mean it loses its power in society.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So let's take a closer look at how the alpha male myth has spread through culture.
But I do think
hasn't turned lucky against you. The dog
making fun of something, I will say earlier, because we talked a little bit about this with the Fluffy special, but I will say that making fun of something won't get rid of it, but I do think if you do it the right way, you can draw attention to the ridiculousness of an issue, and then, you know, that can help towards breaking that down, breaking that system that exists down, right? Because I do think, like, you know, comedy, humor, things like that are really important to these types of discussions. You instantly think about the Omegaverse? Yes, right? Same, to be honest.
just listens to him because he's the alpha male.
No what?
The boss, numero uno. Lucky has to follow Dad. It's nature.
It's also funny that it's not called the Alphaverse, right? Like the term we use the most is Omegaverse, and I think it's because Omegaverse is like dominated by like, you know, like that type of fiction and stuff is mostly dominated by women or queer like minorities, like sexual minorities, right?
I am establishing dominance.
Pet training charlatans like Caesar Milan have become famous using widely discredited domination-based techniques, which have their roots in the alpha male myth.
Maybe you need to establish yourself as the alpha. Growl back at him.
Not only is the idea that you need to establish dominance over your dog complete nonsense, it can also be abusive.
Just do it. Just kick him. It's the only way he'll respect you. Dominate him.
Kick him.
Right. Did you just kick that dog? I was dominating him.
While it is possible to traumatize an animal into doing what you want, it's both immoral and also not nearly as effective as reward-based training.
Give her a try.
Thankfully, those punitive, fear-based training models are now falling out of favor.
Dominance established.
How about cleaning up after your dog? You mind your own call.
Unfortunately, when it comes to human masculinity, the alpha male myth is as popular as ever, Its poisonous effect on our culture continues unabated.
What was that?
I'm a man, Peter. I've got an ocean of testosterone flowing through my veins. Society tells us to act civilized, but the truth is we're animals, and sometimes you gotta let it out.
Despite being thoroughly debunked,
I do like that, like, they showed that clip from that movie, right? Because I do think that, like, that is partially, like, part of the humor of that movie is just, like, how ridiculous, it is that because of things like that, men have a hard time connecting to men and being able to say that they're friends. Sorry, now I'm getting into a whole thing about like a movie, but I love critically analyzing movies. But I really do love the movie. I Love You, Man. Your sister's boyfriend tried the dog whisper thing on your alpha male dog theory and your dog. Now your dog hates him. See, there we go. Proof it doesn't work. So I was checking my notifications just now via my phone, and that person responded to me. But now they're just getting into the area of like personal insults. So I delete those. Like those aren't worth responding to.
Hollywood writers continue to employ the alpha male concept in their scripts.
Oh my back.
Largely because it offers a fast and convenient way to ratchet up conflict in a story.
Good boy.
Though, depending on the genre, it is framed in different ways.
He appears to be a follower of the manosphere, a real and often disturbing corner of the internet.
In crime dramas, it's often invoked as a possible motivation for an especially heinous crime committed by the bad guy of the week.
He sees himself as a catch, a true alpha male who has been overlooked by women and is superior to the men.
Have you seen Adolescence? Because I want to watch it, but I'm a little scared. I feel like a little bit worried that it might be like too much for me to handle, you know? They got backed into a corner and just resorted to insult. Yeah, basically, like they had nothing in response to like my actual arguments and just started saying like random accusations like, oh, you're so thin-skinned. And it's like, you are the one who said that you felt like demeaned because I told you that you can't keep relying on the Daily Mail and Brian Friedman for your like critical thinking, right? Like, I don't think I was the person who was offended there. You haven't, you're scared too. Yeah, I want to watch it because I do think it's definitely about a topic I care about, you know, and it is like, I think important. And I've seen a lot of videos of people talking about it and breakdowns, right? So I know that I think that it's like going to be a story I would really like enjoy, in the way that you can enjoy things that are like disturbing and difficult. But like, I think I'm not in the right, like, currently mindset to watch that. So I guess I'll have to enjoy it later.
Now this was the submissive. His partner is the alpha male.
Sexual sadism can go hand in hand with sexual dysfunction.
Like he's playing God.
More like the way you
That seems
treat Dawn.
judgmental.
He's an alpha male, making her completely dependent, which is why he targeted the same woman twice.
Many police procedurals have one sensationalized, very special episode dedicated to the
Excuse, but what is this slander against the BDSM community? I'm just kidding.
shocking discovery of the manosphere.
Found this hater online. He's one of those
It's not
men's
like
rights
you, because
movement
at least you
guys.
have that
I did
humor and
some
ridiculousness along with the
digging around
seriousness.
in the
Adolescence just seems very
manosphere.
serious.
The
I don't know if I can
what?
take that. Yeah, I understand.
The home for everyone.
Oh yeah, you watched all of You, right?
These type of storylines tend to frame the alpha male myth as the bizarre fringe belief of serial killers, when in actuality, it's an extraordinarily
It's also a
common
short
worldview
series, so I
held
feel
by
like
a
it can't
great many
handle
people.
like because You is such a long running series that it, like, you know,
Meanwhile, in
including
comedies
moments
and
of levity
sitcoms, the
kind
term
of
is
makes
usually
sense,
mined
right?
for humor.
When I fail to open this jar and you
But
succeed,
but
it will establish you as the
otherwise it would
alpha
be
male.
like The Handmaid's Tale, which is longer
Go ahead, it's
like
pretty
than Adolescence, and but would not be able to have like a humorous tone.
Though it should
But
be
you know,
noted, the punchlines are typically made at the expense of men who are deemed too weak or effeminate to be considered a true alpha.
Hey, Chell.
Mr. Gabriel, please. There's no need for a
yep, like the
scene.
ending very
Obviously,
fitting. Do
we
you mind
are both
spoilers?
alpha
Oh,
males.
actually, you know what? I already know how it ends. So yeah, no, go ahead. You can talk about spoilers for You because I'm not gonna watch it. One, I'm not gonna watch it. Because I don't know how I feel about Penn Badgley now that like I know he's a member of Baha'i. And 2, it just was never really like, I think even beforehand, it was never really a show I really wanted to watch. So I just don't think I'm going to have a sudden interest in it. But I do surprisingly know how it ends. And that's because I watched Dylan is in Trouble, right? The commentary channel, like he does TV shows and movies and stuff, and he did a reaction to and commentary on the first and last episodes of You. So I actually do know how it ends. But yeah, go ahead. No spoilers or spoilers are fine.
Alpha males like us.
I'm a strong alpha.
No, yeah, exactly.
It's in every gal's nature to want to nest with an alpha male.
The same joke is repeated over and over and over ad nauseum.
I'm submitting to its strength. It's the alpha.
You'll notice that even when employed
he kissed it.
humorously, the validity of the
It's about to
underlying
become an
concept
Omegaverse.
is rarely called into question.
You're gonna have to start acting like the alpha dog.
Right. Alpha dog. I can do that.
Okay.
Please don't go. Wait, no, wait, look.
The myth is especially prevalent in talking animals.
So your says if he dies, you would hate the
wherein
series. You're glad they didn't go
animals
that route.
act as stand-ins for people.
Yeah.
And thus behave in distinctly human ways.
You listen to us and we turn you into
I liked the last line because I think yeah, again, like I've only seen the last episode, so I don't really know, like I haven't really seen the whole thing because I just saw Dylan watching it, I guess. And so obviously he's cutting out parts that he doesn't think are interesting. But I remember, I think it's the last line or one of the last lines where he says, maybe the problem isn't me, maybe it's you. And I was like, that is very fourth wall breaky. And I think in a very good way because of even without having seen the show, I know about the discourse surrounding that character and about how a lot of women will try to justify his actions and miss the point of him, right? As like, you know, a total D-bag. Although I don't blame them necessarily because I do think with a show like that, especially when you cast a very like handsome man, I also understand how it's difficult to kind of like, or sorry, it's easy, sorry, not difficult, easy to miss that point, right? Because they almost kind of prime you to miss it, right? And also, you know, I think like I like villainous characters. I just know that they are like villainous, right? I don't necessarily try to justify their actions if like beyond what I think is like called for, right? So I think it really is a matter of like understanding the nuance of all of that. So I'm not necessarily saying I criticize those women, but I did appreciate that meta moment that just kind of reminds you that it's one thing if you like a character, I guess, but to remember that like in real life, if you romanticize people like this, right? Like in real life, then you are the like part of the problem, right? Like, you know, those people that sent in like, you know, or send, I guess because they still exist, right? Like send in love letters and stuff and proposals to, you know, murderers and serial killers and stuff. That was the point of the whole show. It also points out how delusional these types of men actually are. He doesn't easily end that he is the, yeah. So I felt like that had two layers. One layer was the meta call out, which I think was like an additional layer. But yeah, ultimately it's like if you are watching the show and you know you're not one of those women being called out, right? You also recognize that he is still a fucked up person because yeah, he doesn't see that he's the problem. He doesn't see that like ultimately, so like I like that line, I think, because of these layers, right? Of these multitudes of layers where he's calling out people who don't get it while the character themselves also doesn't get it.
For male.
I don't know. Who's the alpha line? You are. Don't you forget it.
It's particularly popular
Very interesting.
in stories featuring anthropomorphized dogs or wolves.
It's the alpha.
Bosco, alpha male who runs the park. He's the toughest dog around.
Him? He doesn't look that tough.
Yes, Alpha.
Alpha? I am not Alpha. He is... Oh...
Science fiction and fantasy writers often use the myth as a lazy template for the social structures of their mythological creatures, be it vampires, aliens, zombies, werewolves, of course, and even Godzilla.
All packs, from wolves to killer whales, they all respond directly to an alpha.
Regardless of the context or target demographic, most entertainment continues to treat the pseudoscience behind a natural dominance hierarchy in society as a valid concept, when it's not. Invariably, whenever this topic is discussed, someone will bring up chimpanzees. But the notion that chimps employ
You love story
a
analysis.
strict
Me too. It's always fun.
hierarchy
That's why, like,
where
I
the
do,
most
because he does like
aggressive alpha males
pop culture,
naturally rise
right?
to
Like,
the top
it takes a lot of
is also
analysis
a
and finding commonalities and themes, and
That
I
false
enjoy that.
idea
It's so fun.
is rooted in those same studies of wolves in captive environments that we talked about earlier, and was popularized by another best-selling
Ew.
book in
Oh,
the
no.
1980s
I don't like
called
needles.
Chimpanzee Politics.
I had to leave
The
when my
author of
friend
that
was
book
getting like
has also since
injections
disavowed his initial
for blood tests
conclusions
and stuff.
and
I was like,
now
I'm out.
spends his time trying to undo the damage that book caused. In reality, troops of chimpanzees in the wild actually employ relatively complex political structures. While it is possible for leaders to gain power through aggression, those troops tend to be highly unstable. The more stable and lasting chimp societies have leaders who maintain their position through a variety of political strategies.
Yeah, I remember when I took a class in university. I think they took like a little bit of time to talk about how like the systems are more complex than just aggression and dominance, and like it's true that, you know, chimpanzees can go to like war and stuff like that, but it's not like that's all there is to it. And I appreciated that. I also learned that bonobos fuck a lot.
Including alliance building, demonstrating empathy, peacemaking, and grooming. That being said, it's important to underscore that we should always be extremely wary
Chimp
of
politics.
anyone
Yeah, it's
claiming
interesting,
that
right?
animal behavior can be neatly mapped onto human society.
See, look, it says here wolves are independent.
Yep.
Hyper-focused.
Like a laser.
Detail-oriented.
Nothing too small, baby.
And have a healthy disrespect for authority.
And there it is. I'm a wolf from snout to rump.
Oh my god.
Don't get these hackles up. or you'll get
Mythic
the
Quest.
fangs.
Why does that sound familiar?
Human beings are far more complex and varied than wolves or monkeys or lions or lobsters or whatever.
Oh, you guys. I'm just an ordinary alpha lobster doing his job.
The idea that there exists a natural order where the strong are naturally
my God,
meant to
what is this?
dominate the weak is just a convenient excuse for men's antisocial behavior.
No, no, no.
That underlying fallacy of a naturally occurring hierarchy also helps explain the cultural resilience of the alpha male myth.
No, this show is also good. They have the actor who
Males
plays Abed. Oh,
fight,
I want to watch Community actually.
and to impregnate all
I don't know where to watch it.
Since this worldview elevates men's ability and willingness to dominate others, it's not surprising that conservatives, neo-reactionaries, fascists, and authoritarians of all stripes embrace the alpha-beta myth so completely, as it seems to add
Oh, Jojo
legitimacy
Rabbit.
to their
Oh, that movie.
pre-existing
Oh, man.
chauvinist and supremacist ideologies.
Such an interesting film. Like so many tonal shifts, but they all work.
And here's where all of this gets very dangerous very quickly. Underneath all the bluster and doublespeak, imposing a strict dominance hierarchy
Scarlett
on
Johansson's
society
performance was
is
very
the
good in that.
ultimate goal of all right-wing movements.
Are we the baddies?
In a reactionary worldview, men are taught to see themselves
You don't know where
as
to watch it anymore, at
carnivorous
least legally.
predators.
Yeah.
The wolf is a curious choice for an avatar of masculinity, because wolves have been consistently demonized in popular culture.
Beauty and the Beast.
Wolves?
It's ironic that special effects must be employed to make these animals appear much more aggressive.
Oh, you know what though? I think there is an explanation for this. I don't know if he'll get into this, right? But okay, so he says like, yeah, it's ironic that it's like wolves because, you know, like wolves are scary, or that's how we have portrayed them. Like, you know, in fairy tales and stuff, like wolves are often the bad guy. But I do think it's because like conservatism and like patriarchal like type of people, like that type of people who who really buy into like, you know, the toxic type of masculinity, I think that that danger is important to them because traits that are more positive, like being caring and things like that, right? And empathy are like attributed to women. And there's like that divide, right? So it's like, even though you appear more like dangerous, that's actually still appealing because it's never really about being good or being right or being just. It is just about being dominant and maintaining your power, right? And you can also do that better by being more like scary to command respect than to you know, be like kind, because that is a trait that's more associated with like what they would call like the feminine, right? And it's really interesting to see when you look at how during last summer, during Kamala Harris's campaign, when she started calling conservatives like weirdos, right? How many took offense to that because they would rather be called like evil, right? Because like to them, being evil was at least more like was more respectable, right? Than being called weirdos or goofy or silly, right? And that's so interesting how like male pride and vanity at the end of it is like the reason they don't mind being associated with something that is bad, right? Just because that's better than being associated with something that is soft.
Than they actually are.
The wolves are actually incredibly friendly.
It just speaks to the insecurity,
sort of specific points on
right?
their face.
It just speaks to the insecurity.
So then later on, our visual effects vendor
right,
used the dots to track in CG wolf face and making them look mean.
With the one exception of The Jungle Book, Disney animated films in particular have a long history of presenting wolves as vicious and bloodthirsty.
What are they?
Wolves.
Wolves?
They're depicted as evil incarnate, hiding in the shadows, lying in wait for any person who strays off the path. While inaccurate, that image of the wolf as a monstrous creature remains entrenched in the public mind.
You're afraid because I'm the big bad wolf. Well, I'm not surprised. I am the villain in every story.
So why would so many men in real life want to self-identify with the villain from a fairy tale? It may seem a little counterintuitive. That is, until we analyze the phenomenon in the larger context of what Bell Hooks calls the dominator model of masculinity.
Bell Hooks. Someone who actually probably read Bell Hooks.
A particular type of male power fantasy that hinges on control. Control over women, over children, and over other men. In this model, the alpha male is the ultimate authority figure.
They're majestic but relegated to be bad guys.
In her
yeah.
essential book, The Will to Change, Men, Masculinity, and Love, Bell Hooks explains the authority figure is deemed ruler over those without power, and given the right to maintain that rule through practices of subjugation, subordination.
Yeah, this is similar to what I was saying, right? Because even if it's negative,
the alpha male
it still gives you that power, that respect, right? That authority.
I typically date like strong, confident alpha males. And that it did not come out right.
Cool. Yeah.
But the myth is especially seductive for young heterosexual men who may feel isolated or unfulfilled in their daily lives. Storytellers have long been fascinated with narratives conflating human men and wild animals, especially wolves.
Wolfman is a tremendous source of strength for guys like me. He's strong, aloof.
Interesting title for this. He Said, She Said. I wonder what this movie's about.
Destined to live alone. He's his own man. He's his own wolf. He's his own wolf man.
Identifying with a monster
It looks like a
allows
romance.
insecure men to imagine
But that term,
themselves
that
as
phrase means
dangerous,
something so different now.
as sexually assertive, and therefore as powerful. If true connection and community seems unattainable, and if men won't allow themselves
Oh my gosh.
to love or be loved in return, then at least they can be feared.
Yeah. See? See?
In addition to the demand that men present themselves as intimidating and
God.
fiercely independent,
It's just so
dominance
insecure though.
masculinity instructs men to hide their vulnerability.
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry.
And in doing so, sever their emotional connections to others. When we see these ideals reflected in media, the term alpha male typically isn't used. Nonetheless, representations of dominator masculinity are unmistakable and remain the gold standard for men of action at the movies.
Back at the precinct, they call me Wolf.
Any man who is perceived as falling short of these directives
That just made me think of the EXO
risks
song.
being attacked as weak,
My head automatically
as
filled it in with
submissive,
사랑해요.
or worse, as feminine.
Fear isn't really good as a resource of respect. It doesn't last. Yeah.
You established your alpha male standing. You've established my unworthiness.
The alpha male worldview confuses confidence with bravado, as if
Yes.
being self-assured and being a decent, caring person are somehow mutually exclusive.
Yes. Oh, he does say everything I was trying to say.
If men are constantly engaged in some form of
He says it better, I
hyper-competitive
think.
one-upmanship, it makes close male friendships all the more difficult to build and maintain.
There can only be one alpha male in a partnership.
Alpha male.
Yeah.
Dominant authority figure.
Yep.
Leader of the pack.
Problem is, we got ourselves a packet two.
Operating within an alpha male framework actively undermines men's self-confidence.
What?
Yeah, because they're
Let's
always
go out.
competing with each other.
That's exactly my point, because I'm obviously not beta.
When men are obsessed with dominance, it necessarily means they'll always be looking over their shoulder, always afraid that some other man might challenge their status and supplant them as king of the hill.
We should fight one another for the honor of leadership.
Not necessary. There shall be no knifing one another. Everybody knows who's in charge.
There can, after all, be only one top dog.
Me. Right? Yes, you. Of course. Of course.
You know, how is it when you put two alpha males together? Somebody's going to get killed.
The bottom line is this. In the dominator model of manhood, men can never feel safe and secure.
That's your manliness.
Quite the opposite. It makes men feel perpetually insecure about their position vis-a-vis other men.
This thing must be broken. It's totally broken, guys. It's like...
When applied to romantic relationships,
Oh, Cobra Kai!
the dominator model of manhood results in catastrophe.
Sitting in front of us was this group of cute chicks eating popcorn. And Dutch started throwing milk duds at them.
What? Why would he do that?
Cause it's an alpha move, man. Babes love when you treat them like crap.
In the dominator
That's
model,
awful.
the pursuit of external power, the ability to manipulate and control others, is what matters most. When culture is based on the dominator model, not only will it be violent, but it will frame all relationships as power struggles.
That's not
In every
productive.
relationship, there's an alpha and a beta.
And I'm the alpha.
You
What?
know,
No, I'm the alpha. No, I am.
Jinx.
Since the alpha male worldview twists all relationships, both platonic and romantic, into a struggle for control, it's easy to see why the myth would be popular among creepy so-called pickup artists.
It's universal, man. It is evolutional. It is anthropological. It is biological.
Oh, you love that show? It's honestly
But the
self-aware.
image they're
Yeah, I'm
drawing
sure.
on
I hope
of the
so.
hypersexual
I imagine you
male
wouldn't
wolf,
like enjoy it if it was
popularized by
all
old
BS,
Tex
right?
Avery
That would be
cartoons,
bad.
couldn't be further from the truth. In reality,
Yeah, it's just
male
it's
wolves are
insecurity,
not
and
widely
I
promiscuous
feel like
creatures
that's like
with
so
uncontrollable sexual
unattractive,
appetites.
right?
Wolves are monogamous and bond for life. Wolf packs raise their pups together in balanced co-parenting partnerships, and they share most tasks,
Aw.
including hunting, patrolling territory, grooming, and caregiving. Those pushing the alpha myth ignore this domestic reality of real-life wolves in favor of cynically playing on fears of men being trapped, caged, tamed, or domesticated by women.
No, see, you don't understand. It's not fear.
Kitty
It's just
wolves.
that we don't have a
Yeah,
choice
very
in the
sweet.
matter. We can't commit.
Hi,
It's something
Pen. How are
deep
you?
inside in
Thank you
that
for the birthday wishes.
animal part of men that wants to keep us separate from the pack.
Right. Like your friend the wolf man.
Exactly. Okay, there's the
If
perfect
it's legal,
example.
you dream to have a wolf sanctuary.
Remember,
Aw.
the alpha male framework offers only two options for
Ew,
men
Johnny
when it
Depp's
comes
jump
to
scare.
intimacy. They can either be dominant or submissive, either controlling or deferential, either a powerful wolf or a
You're okay,
helpless
just
bunny.
tired. Oh, you were at a graduation all day. How did it go?
And women
Very big
are the
class.
fluffy bunnies. So we must prepare ourselves for the hunt.
Notice that this false dichotomy makes fulfilling equal partnerships all but impossible.
Guess who's not gonna fall under her spell? I'm gonna be all, drop the act, baby doll. Daddy needs a gin and tonic.
Yeah,
And when she
congratulations
brings
to
it,
whoever's
just
graduating.
spit it out. Say, try again. Boom! Alpha dog is right where he belongs, on top.
The rotten bill of goods being sold here is the idea that if a man acts in an
I
aggressive,
don't know why that wolf was particularly
domineering
funny.
manner, it will magically make him
Oh,
irresistible
okay, I see.
to
It's a
women.
comedy.
Well, yes, I am new in town.
This notion is laughable on its face because most people don't actually find it all that romantic to be treated
Yeah.
like garbage.
Yeah, it's not
if
fun.
you're smarter and
Something sweet. I did have a yesterday I did. Yeah, I had flan, and then today for breakfast I had a chocolate
and your
muffin.
prey wants to be caught.
Though it can be a lucrative grift to tell men they're wild animals.
I went out
and
with my
therefore it's in
coworkers,
their
the ones I
nature
liked
to
yesterday,
run
and it was really
free,
nice.
avoiding commitment
We
and
ate really good
domestic
food. We
responsibilities,
had a good chat.
It simply isn't true. Not for humans and not
Bonded
for
over being
wolves either.
fangirls.
And following that path will lead to a life of profound loneliness.
That's what a man is. Solitary, strong, independent.
Tears. Oh my gosh, it's been so long.
You ever hear of the lone wolf, Carla? Lone wolf. C'est moi. Man alone, needing no one. I touch no one and no one touches me. I'm a rock. I'm an island.
That's
As an
lonely.
aside, you may have
Who wants to be
heard
treated like
various
garbage
internet
unless it's a bedroom
personalities
kink? Yeah, right.
jabbering
Then that's a
on
different
about
thing.
Sigma
I
males.
think like wanting to be treated like garbage in your
context,
like
Sigma is used to mean
like
a
sexual
lone wolf,
play is very
someone
different from
who
wanting
makes
to be
his
treated
own
that way
rules
in your
and
actual
operates
relationship.
outside
And I
of
think
the
most people
dominance
don't want that
hierarchy
in their
by
actual
separating
relationship,
and
right?
isolating himself from
Most people
others.
want like
I
it to be consensual that you treat me like crap, you know?
I'm a lone wolf. You know? A loner. Alone.
On a show called
All
Friends.
alone. Forever.
Just like the alpha-beta myth, Sigma male is another completely made-up term with no basis in natural science. In the wild, there's no such thing as a lone wolf. In fact, the only time a wolf is ever really alone
I forgot
is
Sigma
when
was
they're
a thing,
searching
but I
for
guess
a
it's
mate
because like
to
it's a
settle down
standalone. It
and
won't
have
it
their
won't
own
it wouldn't make
family.
it into the Omegaverse.
Wolves are, after all, pack animals. They are fundamentally
It all
social
comes back to
creatures,
Omegaverse.
just like human beings.
What's a wolf got to do to get a hug around here?
Men are
You're
not
confused about the
born with
Sigma male?
aggressive, selfish tendencies baked into our DNA.
Yeah, me too a little bit.
Predatory behavior is neither natural nor inevitable. It's learned, and that means it can be unlearned.
Good.
Bell Hooks offers an alternative for men that she calls the partnership model of male identity. A partnership model of male identity would be centered around the notion of an essential goodness that is inherently relationally oriented. Rather than assuming that males are born to aggress, the culture would assume that males are born with an inherent will to connect. Human beings
this looks so
rely
sweet and
on
wholesome.
cooperation for practically
I've not seen this movie
everything we
yet,
do as a
but
species.
somehow watching it's
And
making me
since
tear
men
up just
are
watching that
human
scene.
and not some mythological predator, we need reciprocal
I hear good
relationships in order to flourish and reach our full potential.
Oh, Good Will Hunting. That's a really good movie.
Even though we almost never see it at the movies, men are more than capable of the shared vulnerability.
Let's look up Sigma
and
Male
mutual
and see if we can
support
understand it.
that provide the foundation for healthy partnerships.
Just having you do so much with the kids, and you're really picking up the slack around here, and I just feel really bad.
Yeah, because I want to. When you and I split up, we agreed we're going to remain a family no matter what. That's what I'm doing.
I know, and I couldn't do this without you, and I don't want to.
The alpha male myth is so dangerous precisely because it tells men to reject our own sociobiology, to reject our natural needs for connection and community.
That's true. Human beings are social creatures, right?
Hi there, I'm Jonathan, and I make these video essays. Now, if you get all the way through that one, you'll notice that there are a lot of clips, like a ridiculous number of clips from movies and TV shows and so on. I spend hundreds of hours researching, collecting, and editing together each of these essays. So if you like what you see and you want to see more...
I meant to go to Google. Oh, that's hot. Yeah, it's very attractive to see like a man taking like responsibility, accountability kink, right? Yeah, it was a very good video. Okay, what is Sigma Male? What is this? A term used in the manosphere and online. Oh, that's AI, but I mean, it's probably like, let's see it to start and then we'll look into more. Solitary, independent, self-reliant man. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should look at this instead. What is the difference between alpha male and sigma male? Okay, let's see. WikiHow. This is obviously like social concepts and not like true, by the way. Just putting that out in case anybody is like listening to this in the background. So alphas are at the very top of a male socio-sexual hierarchy. Okay. And I guess sigmas don't. Okay. So I guess like alpha males are at the top of the, it's still a social it's a social system, but one in which they are dominant. And I guess sigma males live outside of the hierarchy. Yeah. So they don't fit into that. And that's why they're called the lone wolves. I see. Okay, that's the difference. They seem. I think the difference is just like in like, are you dominating like as a part of the society, or are you like separate from it, right? Either way, it's not good, right? Because to be at the top is very lonely as well. But yeah. But you have control compared to, I guess, like sigma males being like separated from like not following the rules because they don't belong to that, right? Either way, it's pretty bad. But it's interesting to now know the difference, I guess. Okay, it is 3 and it has like been more than 5 hours, so I think I'm gonna call this an end to stream, because I am tired, and I do need to like get in a little bit of exercise, but also I want to I don't even know, I may have to choose. It's either exercise or do the editing for the video, but I'll pick one of those. I also like will be streaming later because it's Friday, so we'll do Friendship Friday today, and we're also gonna watch the Genshin live stream. We're gonna get a Dainsleif quest. Oh, 19. Yeah, so I didn't go over this article, but I think this is a really good article where Blake Lively's representative spokesperson calls out how Baldoni's feminism is just basically like, you know, a front, because what he's doing is actively very like, it's very anti-feminist. And yeah, it says here 19 leading survivors and organizations have signed onto 4 separate amicus briefs. That's a lot. That's a lot. 19. You hope Yuri goes back to voicing Dane, that you miss his voice. Yeah, we'll see, right? I think some voice actors are coming back, so we'll see. Um, and we'll see like where the next quest is gonna take place because like the poster didn't, I think, wasn't very like clear or anything. I wonder like which region we're gonna be in. Like, if we're still gonna be in Sumeru, because the last two Dainsleif quests I think took place in Sumeru. If he still doesn't, I hope he doesn't get replaced. Yeah, me too. Because he's a very like, he's a voice that stands out too. But yeah, I'll see you guys at the hopefully like on the Friendship Friday stream, like, or the Friday night stream. We'll be doing, yeah, the live stream and or the special program and Friendship Friday. Okay, bye bye. Oh, and I'll send you like a timestamp for this VOD as well for the sussy parts.